only one of them was
Yeah.
below a 10.
Oh,
Yikes.
Why am I in
Okay.
light
I
mode?
mean,
that's
I
either
mean, you
really
got out
good or
the
really
good
bad.
rules now, right? You got the good rules out now, like so that we didn't use them against us.
I'm sure it'll work out for us.
It'll work out fine.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it just really indicates interesting things, like really
Interesting thing.
interesting things happening
For
in the world
us,
at large. I don't know,
Oh.
for everybody.
For everybody
Wait,
else in the
For
world.
everybody? Sure.
for everybody.
I'm sure it'll affect us at some point.
It's gonna affect us
Nah.
anyway.
World
Total
events affecting
for the
us.
best. It's only going to be for the
Mhm.
best.
Absolutely.
I love
And
your
nothing can go
optimism
wrong.
in this sad, sad world.
Hey, nobody doesn't remember much of this world, so
He's not sad. He doesn't remember enough to be sad.
I know.
his small time remembering stuff has been fairly optimistic. So
We'll say this:
Everything's
hey,
been great
what a wonderful
so far.
world I'm in.
it's been very interesting for nobody. You started it in a city with nothing to your name, a single gold. You met some
Still have a
fools
single
who
gold.
took you on as an intern, and while you've risked life and limb in the past few days,
Earned
attempting
nothing
to
from
help
it.
them, you've earned no money. However, you have never slept as comfortably as you have with them, nor eaten as well as you do in the mansion. So,
No, it's like I didn't lose anything. I didn't gain anything. I can live with this.
yeah. But, all right.
You didn't
So,
gain
see
anything. You
multiple
gained an
friends.
amazing mansion. What are you talking about?
That I can't access by myself. I need someone to open the door for me.
Technically need like 2 people because we don't have 7th level
Mhm.
spells
man,
yet.
you're getting there.
Not yet.
You guys are getting there.
Some of us are getting there.
Yeah.
I
A
got
lot
a
sooner
cantrip.
than others.
That's all I got.
All right. Well, picking up where we last left off last game, you guys started off having Rose nearly die in their
Die.
sleep. We
No baby.
sought to some minor curing and got them back to rest, and you were able to secure your next evening's rest, and then you guys discussed how to go about your day, knowing that outside the door sat a massive mound of gold. However, there was also a very, very dangerous dragon there. So this had to be approached carefully. Most of you seem to be on board with just, throwing down and
Doing what we do.
dropping the hammer on Rama and taking her gold. So you opted to kind of maneuver towards that plan, sending nobody out to gather some more of his antidote poultice materials. He snuck through the cave, demolishing a dragon's perception, which was hilarious from my perspective to see happen. You were able to get out, hardly even being noticed, and make it back without being noticed at all, while Rama laid in wait to speak with you in the end about maybe having some sort of truce or peace in which you just leave and she doesn't have
Maybe
to
don't.
kill one of you and then die, because she knows that this is probably, a fool's errand for her. She can't win. But she also wants her hoard, so. However, she didn't get to have that conversation with nobody. Instead, he returned to the mansion to find Rose and Aerith having a dance contest, while Eotos and Arturia held a somewhat stuttered conversation in Draconic. You got your poultices made and provided them to your allies before stepping back into the cave, dismissing the mansion, and heading towards the large room where you knew Rama waited. You all stepped in, anticipating the dragon to be waiting for you, and didn't really see anything. Actually, it seemed as empty as it was the day before when you left it. You progressed across the room and kind of took up positions along the walls in various nooks and crannies and hid yourselves while Rose investigated the giant pile of gold. Finally, a good roll from Rama, in which I rolled a natural 20 when Rose jumped onto the gold pile. She heard that from the other side of the cave and came running, sensing that you guys weren't just going to leave, you were going to try to take her gold. She rose up, and a tense conversation was had in which she offered you a tentative truce in which she just promised to leave and you would never see her again. Some insight checks were rolled, and the truth was pretty much... It seemed like Rama was more, like, frustrated and just wanting to get the fuck out of here before anything worse happens. And she just didn't want you guys having any of her horde. You, in the end, opted that it was probably better not to fight the ancient green dragon, that while you could certainly, and you and Rama both knew it, defeat her in the end, she was going to take at least one of you with her, and you guys opted to instead just head back to Lintier, bringing Ian and Narenvain's body with you. The path being led by Ian and Aerith, you made your way back across the woods, unaccosted by any more cultist patrols, and found yourselves at the gates to Lintier. Ian spoke with the guards there, who rung some sort of bell across the city before opening the gates for you to enter and leading you to the noble district and then finally to the castle at the northern end of it. You were led ultimately to like a small... I say small. It was probably the size of a small house. It was probably like 30 foot to a side. This room with a large table in the middle in which you could lay Narenvain's body and await the presence of the king, King Melandrock. He arrived and seemed to have come to his senses recently, possibly because the spellcaster holding the spell over him was no longer a spellcaster, as he was an object instead of a creature.
He did.
Yeah. A conversation was held in which he thanked you guys for your efforts and enlightened you to some of the precipitating actions that led to this course here in Lintier and Narenvain's bid for power and these current actions. He vowed to you a favor to be an ally in a time of need, and alerted you that he would be sending his knights out into the surrounding woods to kind of get rid of the whole cultist presence there. Tired and weary from the day's hike, but at least you guys didn't get beat up by a dragon, you returned to the Zatara estate to find a waiting Madame Efalna Zatara, who had a few choice words to say with her son, Aerith. You were all dismissed to the guest quarters, which one of you stayed in. The rest of you progressing up the house to find Aerith's childhood bedroom, laden with all of his embarrassing things, which unfortunately none of you were able to find.
Nothing embarrassing.
You will still never find it.
Makes you even more weird if you don't have anything embarrassing.
A conversation was had between Aerith and his mother, in which she expressed her good intentions for him and this kind of tentative understanding towards his life as an adventurer, and at least willingness to accept it for now, as long as he promises to try to stay safe.
And
to
calm.
call. Use the spell that she bought you to just check in from time to time. That's all she asks.
Or she will come across that line and murder you again.
You guys retired to the guest quarters, Aerith returning to his childhood room for his trance. You found the quarters not as accommodating as you would have expected. There were no beds. There were comfortable pillows and large kind of bean bags and things to sit on and lounge on, and it was cozy as kind of a like sit around and drink and talk space. But as soon as you tried to fall asleep, it was just a little bit difficult, and it took you guys a few moments before you were able to find your comforting positions. Rose, you felt that knock at the door, but this time you said, no, not tonight, Severin.
Too
You were
tired.
able to get
Leave me alone.
a good night's sleep. Eodos, however, was greeted with another vision from his patron, his goddess, of possible actions or courses of events that are happening somewhere in the world regarding a possible former friend or ally of his, in
Certain
which
someone.
she bade him to stop him. Eodos awoke in the middle of the night, swore to himself, and then returned to his sleep. You guys awake the next morning. Most of you here in the guest chambers. Aerith, you've probably been up for a while, just reading, catching up, maybe writing in the diary that they weren't able to find.
Hey. Wow.
But
Like how it was just stapled that I have a diary.
I mean, I knew it was going to be there. You knew it was going to be there. I just needed to know how good
Fine.
you hit it, and that was really impressive. Either way, you all awaken that morning feeling rested. Spells at full, HP at full. If any of you were exhausted, you lose that exhaustion, and the day is yours. So, how would you guys like to proceed? What would you like to do?
We were gonna
Oh.
go to the Magic Academy to get the
Mhm.
spell, the teleportation circle.
Yes.
Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to do in your
Um,
town?
if there was, I completely forgot. But I don't think so. I don't believe so.
All right. Well, you guys have breakfast served to you. Lady Afalna wishes you all safe travels. Once again, bids to Aerith to call occasionally using the sending spell just to check in every now and then. And that should you ever need to return, you have a place to rest your heads here. So you head out into the city. Aerith, you know where the academy is, so you can lead them. It's not in the Noble District. It's kind of like adjacent to it. It's this walled-in, kind of cloistered set of buildings, probably about 6 or 7, just in a sprawled out across the trees, nature. You can lead them to. Where would you lead them? I guess there are various wings or various buildings that cover arcane studies of various fields. Mostly like. I'm trying to think of like abjuration, evocations. There's not a lot of like necromancy here, but a lot of like natural magics that are studied here. There's like an administration building.
I mean, probably mainly to just go to where we would be able to get the teleportation circle for
Roll
the
me an
village.
intelligence check.
Oh boy.
Something
You can do
you're
it. I
good
believe in
at.
you.
You have this. You got it, boo. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of think about it, and you don't ever really remember seeing a teleportation circle, which means it couldn't have been in any of the study halls that you were in, because those were mostly classrooms and research academies, or research labs. So you head to kind of this central building, and it's probably the smallest among them. It just spirals up maybe 4 corkscrews around this 30-foot wide tree or so. Not nearly as big as a lot of the other ones here. You lead them to like the main counter where there is a younger looking elf, probably 10 or 15 years younger than you are, sitting at the counter. He looks up and greets you. Oh, yes. Can I help you?
Yeah, we're looking to see if you know a way to. How do I word it?
Where's their teleportation circle?
Yeah, I know.
Kinda
What
like,
they
About
said.
it.
Oh, wait. Yes, you were the adventurers that were going to examine it, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, yes, I will lead you right there. And he kind of like pushes off his desk and goes, follow me. Leads you down the hallway to a, it's this tiny alcove that actually goes into what seems to be a kind of protected part of the tree. It's like a piece of the tree was carved out, but the bark around it, the wood around it, still looks like it's alive. It doesn't look like it's died. But it's a small room, about 15 feet in diameter, and in the center is their teleportation circle.
There you go.
I mean, just let Eidos look at it, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
Yep. just need a couple minutes to study it and have it memorized, and we got to add it to our list.
All right. So you study the Glintier teleportation circle. So hold on, I'm just trying to grab the little symbols so that we can have it on our map.
I'll just look towards everybody else. Is there anything specific you guys want to, like, read or learn from here?
Do they know anything about stuff that we care about, like the cults or Tiamat?
I didn't particularly study in that section or that topic, but we can see if they have anything about it. Just ask the guy that led us.
I mean, yeah, if you want, I'm not really much of a reader. I don't really want to sit and read.
Yes, you're welcome to avail yourselves of the campus's stock and read what you would like, but unfortunately, I don't know anything about either. It would probably be, if it's regarding Tiamat, I would recommend a theology section. Perhaps.
Theology.
God books. What did you even do here, Aerith? Did you just study magic?
Mainly magic, some languages, but that's pretty much it. Magical
And
theories.
you liked that? And you liked that?
Sure, let's put it that way.
Sure.
So, what's our plan then? Because I know we wanted to come here for the magic circle, but any other things we were planning on doing?
Really?
Not
Mostly
Yeah.
particularly,
Thanks.
unless
Here.
I mean, did you guys want to go find the magic store? See if you guys want anything specific or interesting. If they have anything interesting.
I mean, I have no money.
I am literally tapped out on everything unless
Right.
we find more of the Muhammad artifacts. I'm pretty straight. So I'm good.
Well, we definitely know where one of them is.
Do we?
Ken's.
Yeah, but I mean that's Ken's. That one doesn't matter
Right.
to me.
Well, yeah, but we still need to try and get him back, don't we?
Yeah, I mean that's part of the plan. But like in terms of magical items, his particular items are not like we're gonna go after so we can take it. I'm talking like I don't really at this point we're pretty well stocked on our attunement stuff. So like outside of really crazy things, I don't think there's gonna be much that's gonna interest any of us. Except maybe nobody. I don't know what kind of attunement he's rocking, but
I mean, I'm technically full on things, but one of my attunements just gives me +1 damage. Not even +1 to hit, just +1 to damage.
Just one more chip damage. If there's anything that you want,
damage.
I can't think of anything I'd want, honestly. Maybe potions of healing, but that's about it.
I was just about to recommend we should probably take some time to restock on some potions, because I definitely use it.
Well, I'm in debt, so I don't know who's gonna pay. So
I mean,
you're in debt. Nobody has no money.
I just got 1 gold piece to my name.
should we just go back to
I mean, here's the thing. We do have money. Eido's never put that 10 grand worth of money that he put in his bag. So we have money. If you think we can get some cheap potions here, I guess we could do that before we head back, so that we can double on potions.
Can I see if I know the pricing of potions? Just off the top of my head.
We buy Iriabor out quite a bit. Getting stuff here would also not be a bad idea.
Roll me intelligence, Aerith. Yeah, I basically have to roll to see how much they can create in the time between the last time you guys buy them out. Well, I mean, okay, so you know that with magic being a major focus of Lintier, there are a lot of magical shops. You do know that there are potions here, but in your studies, in your time growing up here, you really didn't have any reason to do it because you didn't really hurt yourself
Fair.
a lot. You didn't take those risks. You know, like the worst thing that probably happened was like a paper
Paper
cut
cut.
occasionally, getting through some of the coarser papers that really sucked. But
Going
nothing
through the
that would have
books.
required healing potions or anything. So you don't really know, but you would know where to look around either in the Noble District or the lower city for those things. You just have to kind of walk up and down the bizarre streets. There's one in the Noble District. It's kind of just like a market square type street situation, and there's a few down in the lower city, but they tend to be hit or miss. Probably, you don't really know. That's what you'd
Can't
assume.
hurt.
I mean, we can check out the one that's, up here in the Noble District, or check out the places, or check out the places. Other places. I can't
okay.
words tonight.
In the Noble District, do you think they're more likely to have like good stuff that they're selling, or have shitty stuff that they're selling at a higher price?
Roll insight.
I am not good with insight.
You rolled better than your intelligence.
You kind of
That's
think
fair.
about it, and the only thing that you think is like, yes.
Yes. I mean,
That doesn't answer my
Probably
question.
better,
right?
but it's also probably a little bit more expensive. But it's probably more expensive than it is better.
50-50.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we tend to kind of deplete the stock in Eriabor.
Let's check out the shop up here, and then we can check out the other
Alright.
ones just to compare.
Sure. Or just buy them because we're too lazy.
That too.
Either one.
So yeah, well, when Eidos is done, and if nobody wants to check up on reading materials, then we'll head over to the magic shop.
It's basically finished while we were having that conversation. It's just like a minute of study and then it's memorized. So.
Oh, okay then. Is that all you will be needing today?
So far.
Very good. Well,
as of now.
As of now.
Kind of narrows his eyes at you just ever so slightly. Very good then. Well.
Don't give me that
Are you using
look.
it now, or should I escort you back to the main lobby?
We won't use it now. We're gonna look around town.
Very good. I'll lead you back out to the main, where you can head to the streets. Aerith, since you've rolled a lot of dice, who is helping Aerith look for the? And I want to give other people a chance to roll. Who's helping Aerith look for the market square? Because you know where to look, but who is doing the looking into the shops to see where you could buy the magical potions? Because as you get to the market square, it is big. It's probably about 20 or so buildings, carts, shops, stalls. There's fabrics and pots and vases and containers, all sorts of things. So you're going to be looking around here to see where you could possibly find the specific healing potions or whatever else you may be looking for. So who's assisting?
I mean, Rose could help in that also, that we could ask the shopkeepers where to find what we're looking for. So
roll me a charisma check.
23. No, I'm kidding. Oh, 24.
Aerith introduces you to this and probably heads over to some of his more favorite haunts, a bookstall, a small
Fabrics.
building that has nice fabrics. So you can add just a splash of color to this drab ensemble that your mother has put you in.
Which I will be leaving relatively soon.
I figured that this will give you a good reason to pick up some new fabrics to make yourself a new outfit. But as you kind of head towards your normal buildings, Rose takes the rest of you and starts asking around. It doesn't take long before you find a small, probably 15-foot wide building. And as you step into it, it just has bottles all up along all the sides. It's kind of like a liquor store, but as
Eh.
you all step into it, being powerful warriors and people who are, have an affinity to magic, you can just feel the spellcraft in these plethora of potions. Behind the front counter is an older elf who is kind of just sitting there. The counter takes up most of the front half of the store, basically like cuts it in half. There's about 6 feet wide shelves on the right and left sides, and then his counter, which just has more potions all laid about it. The building behind has like a curtain blocking what looks to be just store shelves and like alchemical equipment. It's impressive in the quantity that he's managed to just stuff in here. But as you step in, kind of just looks up. Welcome. What can I find for you today?
What happens if you guys have an earthquake? Are you just fucked?
We don't live near any tectonic fault lines. We're in the center of a vast forest. One mountain.
Sure. You never know what could happen though.
Stop scaring the poor man.
He kind of like he looks at you and he thinks about it and he's, I suppose that is true. There are magics that could cause
Make an earthquake.
to quake and things. Yes. I will take it under advisement. Yes. And he starts like writing it down. Put railings on shelves.
Can't hurt, honestly.
I suppose.
But
or if
either way,
and hits it.
Right. Seems like you have no shortage of potions. Do you have health potions?
I do. I have a good number of them. I usually set aside a few to sell from every batch that I make for the king's men. How many are you looking to purchase?
How many do you have?
In stock.
Okay, let me. He kind of looks down. My current inventory sits at about 24, I believe, common healing potions. I have 10 of the greater healing potions. I have 8 of the superior healing potions at the ready at the moment. What are you looking to?
How much do the common, graders, and superior cost?
The commons are, and he kind of like looks down and he seems to be putting on this kind of like show of like shuffling through papers and everything as he's taking time to think about things. But what you realize, especially nobody with your perception, is that the papers don't really seem to have the matching information on it. They don't seem to have numbers. He's just sort of like shuffling things around while he talks. The common potions are 65 gold pieces individually. If you buy in bulk, we can discuss discounts, of course. The graters are 325, and the superiors are what would it be? 1,600 gold pieces each. So let me 65. I'll put them here.
Just like that's a pretty big jump from 65 to 300. Yeah.
I mean, it's about the same jump. He's just upcharging the shit out of us.
You also have potions of
please, no,
speed.
don't. These are premium. Here, and he kind of pulls one out. Notice the fine workmanship on the bottle, the cork stopper that will not come out while traveling or battling fiendish foes. This is a premium bottle holding a premium potion, and it is worth every gold piece.
So you're upcharging the parts that aren't used of the potion.
I take offense at the assumption that they are not used. Is the bottle not as important sometimes? For it holds the liquid within it. And if it does not hold the liquid, then it would just go everywhere.
Potion.
Yes, you could not drink it.
But regular glass works just as well.
Kind of like weighs his head back and forth. Yes, until you are knocked asunder and crack the glass beneath your hip, and then you are out one healing potion, and it is an unfortunate turn of events.
You guys are magically inclined. What? I've been wondering this since we've been out here. We've been out, not like specifically here, just vague, like open-ended out, like on adventure. Why hasn't someone just invented like I don't even know how to describe it, like an edible packet with a potion, not given a chance for
Edibles.
break, and then you just pop it, you
You
chew
mean
real quick.
candy, like candy glass?
I mean,
Not
jelly.
I've given you guys
liquid
healing food, remember?
But
He's
I
got a
mean,
Yeah, you
point.
make weird
talking
pills.
I wonder.
Yeah, I made healing pills for you all.
He kind of like takes out a piece of paper, flips it over, throws it aside, takes another one out, looks at it, kind of weighs it, and goes, "Okay," and scribbles some
Make
stuff out. And then
edibles.
he starts like just writing things, just this long scribbling text across it. Yes, and then you could reduce by doing some. Yes, that would be. Might be onto something. Perhaps.
I pull out my special journal and I start writing down that idea as well. And I was just like, if I can buy an herbalist kit, maybe
Right.
know
Do you also-
the ingredients of a health potion.
Do you think if you distilled the potion down to just like, or what's the word? Let it like solidify from its original
Yes,
form?
that's what I'm thinking. Some sort of jellification in which you reduce the liquid component of the potion. But it is fundamental to understand that that liquid is also crucial to the dispersal of the potion and the quick effect therein. So we would have to find some way to facilitate a more efficient bond between the body and the healing compound so that you can maintain the same effect while losing the liquid aspect.
Well, why not use herbs that go through that flow through your system better? So you mix it with that.
Some sort of there's a bark off of a small tree that actually works well to open the blood vessels and allow the blood to flow more freely. So perhaps something like that could also invigorate healing. Although, if you're dealing with lacerations and the healing magic
wouldn't you bleed
doesn't-
faster?
You might bleed faster. This is why the premium cost is important. It facilitates further studies like these.
Right.
Everything's just written down. Everything that he just said is written down in my journal. My patron journal.
How many did you say he had of all three? It's like 20 something.
20 common.
I still have the dice rolls.
I was like imagining it. I was just like, he's rolling dice as he's answering this. I know this.
It was 12d4 commons, 4d4 graders, and 2d4 superiors, and I rolled 2 4s and superior.
Nice.
Does he have any potions of speed?
Speed.
Gotta go fast.
How fast can nobody go?
I have a small shipment that was originally intended for the Royal Guard, but I was informed last night that it would no longer be necessary. If you want, possibly might be willing to part with it at a discount.
How much?
Let me see. What is the...
It pretty much gives you the haste status effect.
Yeah, I'm looking at the... Okay, so it's... Ooh, okay.
Doubling your speed? What is your current speed?
40, but I can dash twice in a round.
Double dash.
Triple dash with the haste.
And then haste... Well, I can triple dash, and it also doubles your movement speed.
Yeah, so you'd be double dashing...
Unnecessary.
Yeah, because it gives you another action, so that's action.
So you'd be at 80 with haste, dashing
Yeah.
160, another dash would be another 80. I can't math in my head.
The parts for this, unfortunately, are very difficult to come by. You have 3 of them. They were initially slated to be paid for 30,000 gold total. I would be willing to part with one for 7,000 because the contract fell through.
Gonna be a hard pass from us, Chief.
No.
Hold on to that.
It is unfortunate, but understandable. Unfortunately, the very rare nature of this spell. Oh god, I closed that. Oh no! Of this magical potion demands an even more premium price, but I do understand the need to pass.
Wouldn't it be cheaper just to buy like a scroll of haste?
You don't have to concentrate on it. That's the bonus.
Yeah, that would be the upside to it.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about becoming exhausted for
I don't know if you going faster than the speed of sound is worth.
Oh, no, that's not necessary. But 320 feet of movement is
as much as I would love to see that.
I know, me too.
Absolutely. I would be down.
Yeah, I saw the very rare and I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Wait, can't someone here cast haste?
Technically I can, but I never picked it up.
Ah.
Right, so that's
also Aerith if he ever gets it.
3,200 feet a minute.
Oh god.
That's fast.
So that's I mean, it's not even 60 miles an hour. It's really fast for being on foot. Because if you do that by 60, 192,000 feet in an hour divided by...
Just become fucking Speedy
It's
Gonzalez
like 37
over here.
miles an hour. It's fast as fuck for being on foot, but, you know.
See, and then I just need to get the boots of speed, so then my movement speed's 100.
God.
Stop.
I mean, we can check out a magic shop if you want to see if there's boots of speed here.
No, I already have boots that I'm using.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if we want to go stupid crazy, so I get the... What feat? There's a feat that increases your movement speed by 10. We get the boots of speed.
Mobile.
Yeah, get mobile. Boots of speed, which is another 10. Use the haste status effect. I'm pretty sure there's a spell that also increases your movement speed.
I don't know if that
the fastest that people have meted it is like a Tabaxi monk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just think if you were a Tabaxi.
Because they have naturally faster speed.
Yeah.
And they have the thing that's basically a dash built in, so that once you could just
feline agility.
Dash that, yeah. It's crazy.
But they don't have the piece haste out. Never mind. Because I can use my bonus action, but Tabaxi can do that too. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. The elf man takes a bite of some sort of bread or cake that he was eating before you came in.
Anywho.
So, what can I grab for you today?
What's your bulk price on all of the commons?
Let's see.
Just all of them.
Let me as a DM get out a calculator so I don't have complicated math in my head.
The sad part is that it's not a number of 5s.
Right, if only he had one more.
I know, if only he had one more. Or maybe have it be like the Pokeball thing where you buy 10 Pokeballs, you get a Premier. Which, the Premier is not special, the only special thing about it is just it's just silver.
It's like silver.
Does this shop sell like base materials that I could use in crafting the pellets, or I'd have to go somewhere else for those?
Yeah, you look around, you don't see anything like that. There were like herbalist shops there in the shopping district that you saw, so you could investigate those to see if they have what you need.
I need to drag someone with me because I have no money.
Rose, roll me a charisma check.
I'm pretty sure Rose.
Having a conversation with this
I know. Rose is the only one.
23.
23.
That has all the money.
Eidos has some.
Well, Eidos has some, and I'm in debt.
The rest of our money is tied up in our fucking guild store because
which has no connection here. So
yeah.
I mean, we never really tried. Can we use our tokens in other towns?
You remember that Hadrian told you you can, but it's only in the cities where the guild has a presence. And there isn't one here in Lintier.
I kind of figured. I was just like, this is Lintier. There's barely any humans here.
But like Baldur's Gate, Elturel, Waterdeep, anywhere else that they have an office, they've kind of got like an ongoing relationship with the local magic shops to facilitate that.
A bank
to make it
branch.
easier. Yeah, because it's hard to carry around tens of thousands of gold, and it's dangerous for
Even-
adventurers to carry around tens of
Even
thousands of
with
gold.
bags of holdings.
But some of these items are worth tens of thousands of gold, so, you know.
Right.
But he kind of like looks you up and down and smiles through his cake that's kind of getting crumbled into his like very nicely trimmed mustache. Well, let's say 1,200 gold for all 24 of them.
1,200. It's not a bad. Mm,
Yeah. Hold on.
I shouldn't judge. I can't math in my head.
Yeah, that's market price.
Because it would end up being 1,560. So he's at least cutting us a little bit of a break, but Rose could obviously a little bit more of a break.
1,200 is market price, so.
Okay.
You're the one with majority of
can.
the money, Rose.
I can. Do we want, like, looks over at Arturia, do we want 24 healing potions?
Based on our conversation the other night, I believe so.
Yeah.
So
So
I
5
will
per
offer up.
person, one gets 4.
Arturia is going to offer up, her goal to, I guess, cut, Rose some slack on the purchasing.
How much
Sure.
does Arturia pay right now?
He'll give up 300 gold.
Were you interested in any of the greater or superior healing potions?
Maybe, but they're a little,
They are premium, yes.
Probably not the superiors.
definitely not the
that-
superiors.
I don't think it would be a bad idea to grab the greater stuff.
Maybe like
All of those as well.
all of them.
I don't know. I don't use this stuff. You guys need healing stuff.
Let's see.
I have
all
my
of
own
the
heals,
graters,
technically.
If you were to get all of the graters and all of the commons, if you were to buy me out of all of my middle to lower tier healing potions, I would be willing to part with that. Let's see, I'm doing some math in my head while I'm trying to roleplay. For God, only one more charisma or one more persuasion, Rose. Let me just see how this goes as you guys are having this conversation.
Get it. 24.
Slightly better. Let me see. So, yes.
How is my internet going out? Yep.
You are a robot.
He kind of
sir.
leans forward. All 34 potions.
Damn it.
3,000 gold pieces.
Not terrible.
Yeah, honestly,
35%.
pretty good because not gonna lie, the
Everything went quiet.
But I've got some interesting ones for
Damn
plant
it.
growth. Wonderful potions that can help with follicle production for the more elderly amongst your. You are all actually rather spry-looking individuals. You wouldn't need that. There are several others that you obviously don't need, being so vigorous. So, this does help me clear up some that aren't purchased nearly as often around here as the alternative medications that I provide.
Yeah, all right. I will need more help with that from you guys if we're getting all of them, though.
There's 300 on the table
Most,
already.
yeah, most of our money's in guild, as Ito said. I only have about like 29.
like I said, Eidos almost has 10 grand on him right now, so like we're straight.
Go for it. That's a lot of potions. I'm sure we'll use them.
Okay.
Why not?
he will kind of take them out and put them into almost looks like a milk carton, but just a place where these very nice kind of square bottles, elegantly they just like twist at the top into a very nice cork. The graters they're the same size, but the graters themselves look like the red coloration in them is just a bit more luminescent. They've got a little bit more of a shimmer to them. And then the neck of them has just like an ever so different twist and a little bit more engravery along the bottom.
We're gonna have so many fancy bottles.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have fancy battles.
For
You
the
guys,
sake of the ease of the math here, Eidos is just gonna slide your 300 back to your Artoria, just so that he can give an even 3K. That way, it divides easier in his bag, so that I don't have to bust the calculator out.
okay.
Very
Sounds
well.
good. He will take Eidos' money with a grateful nod, and he will kind of move the large stack behind his counter. Well, is there anything else that I could assist you in finding today? Potions, oh god, what other types of potions are D&D?
Do you have anything that's fun to like mess with people? Like prank potions?
I thought you didn't believe in potions.
I don't drink them.
He kind of looks you up and down and then reaches over. I don't know. Let's see. Looking at various types of potions here. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Do you have... no, you wouldn't need that. No. You don't need something to enchant your targets to be charmed with you. Your innate charms are more than sufficient.
Yeah.
Let me see. I need a potion list. That's more than just the SRD because there's not a lot in the standard resource document.
Potion of heroism.
Rose honestly just wants something like stupid that they could like slip into somebody's drink.
Yeah,
When
that's
we're
what I'm
just
looking
fucking
for.
around.
Shockingly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, they'd have control over that one. No. There's so many useful ones and powerful ones, but
less so on the not so useful ones.
Also, gee, didn't you use like a charming potion or the Eyes of Charming in that other campaign that we were in?
I think once, yeah.
You can do the potion of diminution, which just makes you smaller. When you drink the potion, you gain the reduce effect from enlarge reduce spell for 1d4 hours.
Could get a potion of love and see who falls in love with somebody.
Just shake it up into 3 glasses like the Emperor's New Groove with the potion.
Play Russian roulette with a love potion. That'd be fucking hilarious.
The next person they see, they'll instantly fall in love. All right, bring in Chad.
This potion here will make animals. It would make animals pursue you with a unique interest if you were to
God.
imbibe it.
Oh no, is it the ducks again?
I mean, so from my experience, it's not necessarily just ducks. It's every animal around becomes attracted to some scent that your body begins to produce as you drink it. This one, and he kind of pulls another one out from a box behind. I found a good website now. This one would make all of your body hair fall off. Not normally something that the men in this town look for, but the women here do find it quite intriguing, and it could make for a good prank.
Is that like all body hair, like including head hair? Or just
he looks at it and goes,
below the face?
It includes, well, it's everything below the shoulders. So neck down,
Interesting.
all falls off.
So you just become a
this
weird
one
furry.
makes you turn invisible for a random amount of hours.
It's complete opposite of making you a weird furry. Eric.
Yeah, it makes you like not furry at all. The animal love potion is the one that makes you a furry.
He kind of like looks at you, reaches down into a drawer behind his counter and pulls out this tiny, tiny little metal flask that has a chain attached to it. This potion,
Yes.
if imbibed, will make you completely forget the last 24 hours.
Forever?
It just erases it from your memory.
How much is that?
This one. He kind of eyes you up and down. 250 gold pieces.
Easy.
Cool. As soon as I saw that one come up, I thought you'd go. It is so it's a tiny flask that's square. It kind of looks almost like a Zippo lighter attached to a chain, and it's completely metal and opaque. As you kind of hold it in your hand, the metal itself actually feels warm to your touch. It doesn't feel cool like you'd expect from metal. Should I keep digging? Are you?
No, I mean, that and the hair one, sure.
That one is 5 gold pieces. I make those a lot for the more upper class women of the nobility. They find it easier than shaving.
Do you know how funny it would be if we did that to Hadrian? Do you think he'd notice until?
Okay, what if you gave him both and he completely forgot that? Yeah.
I mean, if I slip it into his drink, if I do a well enough job with that, he won't even know that I did it. Or just like forget that he ever had hair to begin with. I think that's more than 24 hours, though.
I don't think he's going to be able to. He ever had hair, but I feel like you could do some crazy shit if you're going to slip some 24 hours forget me nots for the deal, you know.
That's a good name for it. I was trying to think of a name for it. Forget me not potion. That's great.
Alright, I'll take that. Yeah, take that in the hair removal potion.
Okay, I'm just gonna call that a Nair potion.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, is there anything that I could look for anybody else? I do have some of the more traditional magical potions, but I also do like to, as you can see, experiment and dabble.
It's pretty cool, honestly.
I'm gonna go ahead and bookmark this page.
How do we want to divvy these potions up?
Oh God.
We just bought 34 potions.
I can keep a few and then use the Yuki method from Zach's previous campaign where I run around force feeding it to people who are down. It's literally what we called it. We called it the Yuki method because I did it like 5 times.
I mean, I don't really want any. Take like a couple, I guess, but
I mean, we have 24 common. I feel like everybody needs to have a couple common at least. Even if, like, in case of emergency, break glass will do, you know?
24 does not divide by 5 very well, but
I mean, I'll take the 4 because I have healing pellets.
Since we know you don't like to use a bunch, you don't have to take a bunch. Just definitely take at least 1 or 2.
Alright. I can take like 2.
All right.
I'll
What
take
about,
two and I'll take one of the graders.
what's everybody else feeling?
I'm not good with this type of division. I'm sorry.
I mean, it doesn't have to be even. Like, what you think you would use, just say you want that many.
I'll take 4 common.
I will take. I can take. I was gonna say maybe at least 1 greater and then 3 commons? Or 2 commons? Sorry.
I mean, if you want 3, you get 3. Like I said, it doesn't have to be an even split, but just that way you have what you think you'll need, you know?
Then.
If you don't want a bunch, you don't have to get a bunch, but if you think you'll use a bunch, feel free to grab.
Cade trying to keep the names up.
Yeah, I'm just making names up while you guys are talking.
Then yeah, I'll take 3 commons, 1 greater.
I will take. How many commons are left?
Let's see. See what Kyle's grabbing, and then we can kind of math them out. All right, so that's 9 commons gone. So 15 common left.
Yeah. Okay. I will take 6 commons. And then how many graders are left?
There should be 8 because 2 of us only took 1 each.
Looking at superior. Yeah, so we got 8 graders still.
Okay.
I think it's 27. I can't do math.
I'll take 2 graders.
Because you guys burned through like all your fucking potions. I remembered now.
Yeah.
You know.
Fucking cave wards.
We're getting.
All right. So. All right.
How many did you take total, Ken?
Yeah.
Arturo grabbed 6 commons and 2 graders.
Yeah. 13 common left.
6th grader left.
I'll take another grader.
I might as well take 1 grader.
Are you counting the graders or the commons?
I'm counting in total.
Okay, okay. Because I was just like, that number doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I can't. I forgot how many of everything, so I was just doing like total amount overall.
I'll take 2 more commons.
I will also take 2 more commons.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
All right, so hold on.
We're pretty much divvied up now, because I can go ahead and tell you I use way more potions than literally everyone else. I
I
think
figured Udos was gonna have the lion's share.
Yeah. So let's count where we're at right now. How many does Rose have right now? 2 common, 1 grader?
2 common, 1 grader.
Okay, so... Okay. What about Aerith?
I have 3 common, 2 greater.
Because I know Eodos needs the... You said 2 grader?
Yes, 2 greater.
Nobody, you have the 4 common and the 1 grader? Nobody?
Oh, I said correct. Sorry, I don't know if it went through or not.
It did not. Okay, and then that would leave Arturia.
I have
do you
6
say then?
commons and 2 graders.
Okay, let me see what we have left. So that's 9 common left, and 4 greater. That's where you're sitting.
Right. I think Ito should keep all the graders that are left, honestly.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then we could, if a couple people want 1 or 2 more of the commons, otherwise he can also keep the rest of the common.
Yeah, I'm good if you want to get a couple more comments. Because
I'll take 1 more.
definitely plenty. So I would not complain if you all wanted to grab more.
So
I'll just
Eidos
take
will
1
get-
more.
What were you saying, Arturia?
No, I was about to say I'm good.
So Aerith would have 4 common, nobody 4 common, Rose 2 common, Arturia 6. That'll leave 8 common, and 4 greater for Eidos.
Yeah, nice little spread going on.
Yeah. If you're good with the rest of that, Eidos, I don't want any more.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants any more comments, just let me know.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright. Alright, well, if there isn't anything else, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up my lunch here. Please do have a wonderful day, and come back and see me if you're ever back in town.
If we ever come back here again, take you up on that, sure.
Alright. So, is the plan to go back to the academy and use their circle as the starting point, or are you going to draw your own? Or what are
Probably
you guys...
just so that we can save chalk.
Were you going to look anywhere else around town before you went back, or was the next stop Iriaport?
If
Nana, she
anyone
wanted
was-
to check out some herbalist
Herbalist.
vendors.
Yes, because I want to be able to make 1 more thing of healing pellets and 1 thing of smoke bombs.
Okay, as you head out and go over to the kind of herbalist stall, this nice outdoors stall that is just laden with drying plants and herbs and things just hanging from the ceiling. As you kind of walk up to it, you realize that it goes back into the building that it's pressed up against. Go ahead, roll me a... let me see nobody's. Roll me survival. And you kind of go over and start weighing the various herbs and... Okay. That's 30-20. Okay. They do have the base components that you would need here. You were trying to make another patch of healing pellets and
Smoke bombs.
smoke bombs. Okay. I'd say they definitely have the stuff for the healing pellets. Probably enough to actually make 2 batches. And the material cost for all of it would be about 40 gold a batch. And it's good quality stuff. It looks like it was professionally dried, gathered. It's got nice little like twine wrapped around some of the sprigs of herbs and stuff. And you're looking at it, it's like, oh, I'll actually keep it from smashing up in my bag. And the smoke bombs would be you could probably facilitate, or you could definitely make 1 batch from what you can find here. But they don't have a lot of it because it's a lot of like the more metals and ores and various rocks and things. They do have some here used for like fertilizing and enriching soil, and you're able to get that. That one would be about 50 gold for the, or no, sorry. Were there prices in there?
Yes. So
There
a
were.
ball. So the smoke bombs makes a set of 3, and that's 10 gold in materials.
Okay. I
And
couldn't
the
remember if there were
healing.
prices.
Yep, and the healing was a set of 5 balls for 50 golds in material.
Okay. All right. Then. Yeah. It actually is a little bit cheaper here. I'm going to go by the 40 that I quoted at the beginning for the healing ones. The smoke ones are 10. But the plethora of herbs and foliage in the forest makes the healing poultices a little cheaper to get out here.
Okay, so total everything would be 90 gold pieces. Correct? Can I borrow money from?
As you do that, you kind of look over and you see Rose's hand literally in your pocket.
What the hell?
Someone tried to be sneaky.
Rose, what are you doing?
I don't know. What
I'm
are you talking about? You
impressed
don't
that
need
you
any money.
managed to sneak up on me.
It wasn't. They weren't really that.
No, it was poor.
Yeah. It was more of like they were reaching into your pocket, and you were like, "What the?" It was quite obvious as you started to ask. Rose was already on it, and as you look at them, you feel a weight in your pocket, and then their hand retracts.
I thought you were gonna steal from me, and I was gonna say you're not gonna
Yes.
find much.
I'm gonna take your 1 gold.
My one
Stop.
gold.
You just got pocketed by Rose.
All right, then I will graciously use the money to buy the materials.
Okay. You can add 100 gold. That's what they just fronted you, and it was 90 total for all of it. So cool. You can have. All
I
of
got
those
11
materials.
gold.
You have 11 gold. Hey, look! Nobody got paid, everybody!
I finally got
Hey!
paid.
Yay!
Let's see if I don't lose this money like I did my last time.
All right. Well, materials purchased. Is there any other shops you guys wanted to look around while you were in the Grand Fountain Square? Which, ironically, doesn't really have a fountain in it.
What?
Huh.
I know, it's weird.
It's like the phrase "fountain of knowledge."
That's dumb.
That's exactly what it is.
Where's the fountain?
It's metaphorical.
Use your mind.
It can't be metaphorical. That's not allowed.
Says who?
Me. Tell King Melondrock to put in a fountain.
That's her favor.
Oh god, no, wait.
Genie behind you goes, as you wish. They ask their favor.
They want a fountain in the city that we have.
I'm gonna BRB. I need to find a band-aid.
Well, is there anything else anybody wanted to look for or purchase while you were here? Materials, items, anything?
Thanks.
That we don't think about until later.
Right.
Uh,
I'm sure there's something we need. Who knows?
We just bought a ton of potions, so we are good there. We got
Mhm.
herb supplies, so he can do his thing.
Yep.
Is there anything that you guys ever need materials for? Are you good on spell stuff, Aerith? Do you need to pick up some materials for scribing shit while we're here?
Just go get a band-aid. But if anybody else has, that's a good thought. Material components they need to get, now's the time.
Do
You
you
look around
use
and there's a lot of
anything
magic
after-
stuff here.
I'm good.
Right. Yeah, it's like I don't even know if any of my spells have material. Like, they have like little bits of things, but nothing complicated for bard spells.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is chalk, and we stocked we stocked up on chalk last time, so I still got like 12 sets of it.
Hell yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, is there anything you need for spell components while we're here? I think that's the last thing we can really think of.
Let me see. I don't believe so. Not a lot of my spells require, sorry, I was talking with my thumb in my mouth. I mean, other than, like, diamonds for Revivify, but... What do you need? Nothing important.
Erring on the side of caution.
It's not a bad idea if you want to get spells.
mean, the only thing I can think of would be, like, any future spells that I plan on getting.
Which could be literally anything, because you're a wizard.
Which could literally be anything, so... I think for now I'm good, because I still have the spell inscribing materials.
Yeah, that was the... I was going to ask how you got plenty of that?
I got plenty of that.
Okay. Then I think we should be good. Else
Yeah.
can think of anything that...
Are we going?
Yeah. Oh, also, you talked about diamonds. Here, you just take these. I don't even have any reason to have them. So, there you go.
Oh, okay.
The flex on the poor, I guess.
Yeah, nobody. You just watch Rose fish diamonds out of their pocket, and they're not like tiny ones. These are like sizable diamonds that have like they're nicely cut. They have shine, and you're like, damn. That's...
I think I took these off of your body in the first place. So here you go.
I believe it.
Fishing chain out of the pocket. You just saw.
Yeah.
Pull a couple diamonds out. Like, yeah, here you go.
Easy.
Nice.
I also have like 10 sapphires that are worth 300 gold each. In case you ever needed those.
Sapphires?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I have a need for sapphires, but sure!
You want them? Sure. I don't. They're sitting in my bag and will forevermore if I don't give them to you.
You're supposed to sell them to vendors.
Yeah.
People that will give you gold for them. That's
We
why I
didn't
gave them to
do
you. When I realized that you guys didn't do that, I stopped giving it to you and just started giving you gold.
Or we can just fancy them into
the freaking Temple of Tomoakan.
I'm pretty sure.
I've had a
damn
lot
it!
of my stuff in there since the Temple of Tomoakan. I still have more stuff.
I always look at it the same way I play RPGs, and I never know when I might need something, so I don't go and sell it or get rid of it.
Oh my god, I'm like that in Pokemon mainly. I would have like 20 gold nuggets, and I won't sell
it. It even says it's not useful.
I
do like how in Scarlet and Violet they like any like items that you can sell, they have a separate pocket for that now. But anyway.
You guys make your way back across the Trinity Academy. The young elven man that is at the front counter once again leads you to the teleportation circle, and you are left to facilitate your magics as you so desire. Eidos, you reach into the circle and feel the magical glyphs at your command, the address simply waiting to be dialed. Where are you going?
We're heading back to Erebor, right? Wasn't that where we were going? So we can potentially
believe so, yeah.
So we could potentially get Aerith a little bit better armor since he swapped out from Aerith too, and
just so he can be super strong.
and we grab the airship to fly to Jax's lair. Now, name's lair, Ascalon, right?
Ascalon's almost lair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the decision made, you reach out, twist the glyphs into the correct sequence. The portal opens up before all of you, and you jump through, emerging into the familiar guild hall of Erebor. You are not meted or greeted by anybody. There is a dwarf kind of, or not a dwarf. There's a half-elven wizard kind of sitting outside the teleportation room, just in a chair leaned up against the wall, and as you open it up, it kind of just opens his one eye and just sort of nods at all of you as you proceed into the familiar guild hall.
Hi, Frank. Bye, Frank.
Hey, Rose, see you next time.
Cade, I forgot. How much do I owe my mother?
2,500.
2,500. Awesome.
You could give her those 10 sapphires. There you go.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Too late.
Well, I don't know if she would have accepted the sapphires, but we'll see.
All over the portal, you just throw them through. Attach a note to one of them.
Put them in a bag. Put a note. Just for your mom.
Or I could have
No
feathers
one
become.
steal, please.
Or I could have feathers become a hawk and just put them in a bag and fly them out. Snail mail.
Fly back halfway across the
I
country
know.
with your familiar. Yeah,
Where's the city
Great
map
idea.
for Erebor? Good old map. We've had this map forever. This map is like 2 years old.
Yep.
I do like how it has all the writing. Wait, what was the cat?
Why is Robert on fire?
I just.
That was a while ago. That was.
I think that was when Rose was angry at Robert. I wrote that.
It's
been a
been
while.
a bit. I
Fred,
never would've
Eobor's
played any of
best
it.
mascot.
Yep.
What was the
The cat was there
cat?
just 'cause I drew a cat. I don't know. I drew a cat.
Was it supposed to
I don't
represent
remember.
Dusty from?
Turned him into a cat.
Turned them into cats.
Yeah, it's probably when I turned Robert into a cat.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, it might have even been before that. I think that was
could have
like
been
I drew
Chad
that like
turning into
Could have
a
been
cat.
Chad, yeah.
maybe. I think I drew that like the first time we got to this map.
Yep.
It's literally been there for years.
Yep.
Also, by the way, I did have to stop streaming because apparently my internet doesn't like it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still
Yeah, you were
recording.
cutting out a
I'm
little
still
bit.
recording, so that's
Yeah, that's
fine.
That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
Hard for a minute there.
Oh.
Yeah. You robot-y.
Am I gonna have to switch to my hotspot again?
No,
Good.
No, you're fine
you're
now.
good now.
Okay.
It was when
It was when I was streaming. I kind of figured.
It's just too much for your bandwidth.
I'm just gonna silently
Yeah.
eat my Belgian chocolate that I got from work.
Ooh.
Well, you all are in the halls of the guild hall. To the left lies the front counter, Chad, and the doors.
Is it
to
still
Erebor,
partly
the city
destroyed?
beyond.
This part didn't get
So the
destroyed, I don't
teleportation
think.
circle is not in the eastern wing. The eastern wing was what was destroyed by Ascalon.
Can you see how that's doing?
Okay. You kind of follow the hallway down. It is kind of cordoned off and blocked off, but there isn't anyone guarding it, so you just sort of walk by the, like, basically just ticker tape of
Can't
caution
stop me.
and into the work area proper. Being the middle of the day and middle of the week, as you get closer, you actually can hear the sounds of construction, and as you kind of peek your head in, there seems to be about a dozen guys in here, mostly working on the second floor at the moment. You look in, and the entire structure has been reframed. The walls have been framed back in with wood framing, and it looks like they're getting ready to, because it had like a wood frame on the inside and then a stone wall built on the outside of the first floor. Second floor was wooden walls all around. They're getting ready to reassemble the part of the wooden wall that was destroyed, or the stone wall that was destroyed. But it's all the framework is there, and the roof has been more or less finished. They still have to get the shingles on, but they've been hard at work, and seems the money that you guys have facilitated for them has got them the work the help they needed to finish the job in a timely manner.
It's not bad for a couple days' work, yeah.
So I'm assuming this is where the whole Ascalon thing happened.
Yeah, this is where Ken kind of, exploded
Right.
into a dragon and ripped a hole in the ceiling.
I hope he's doing okay.
I'm sure he's fine.
He's just getting him.
Obvious concern in Aerith's face.
I mean, it's everybody else I would be more concerned about than Ken. Like, I don't think Ascalon, unless he becomes his own entity, can really do anything to Ken.
Well, hopefully we can.
It's kind of
Sure.
his body.
Hopefully we can work our way to saving him.
He said Ken could come back. So, like, he's not going to do
Right?
anything. It's literally everyone else that might get
Yeah.
something done to them.
I mean, fair.
Sure, that's fine.
Alright, let's get me out of this freaking outfit. Please, please to God.
Out of the nothing that you're wearing.
Out of the nothing that I'm wearing with just a crappy ass leather +1 leather armor, studded leather armor that I'm wearing.
What do you want to wear? I'm sure we could find something.
Just
Like-
something more reasonable than just
Does
this.
Does Bladesinger give you medium armor proficiency or just
It just light armor.
Okay, so studded leather's the best you're going to be able to find.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah, you could probably you could head to Manon's, see what they have as far as protective gear goes and the pricing, or you could talk to a roadie, but as Eidos could tell you, her work takes time, so it's up to you.
Yeah, are we trying to go immediately, or are we going to take a day?
No. I think we have a day
I
or
was
two.
kind of hoping we could add in like any extra stuff into my armor, like kind of like how you guys have.
That's what I was about to say. Because if we're gonna have to get Aerith outfitted anyway, we might as well go ahead and use some of the green stuff that we still got to get on ours, Rose.
Right. Yeah, we got to put that stuff in us.
Yeah,
Did you guys use all the other materials from the other dragons?
Nah, it's all in cold storage.
Okay.
Whatever you a list.
Okay, and like whatever is everyone's willing to spare, at least for mine.
I mean, I think all me and Rose need are green at this point. So like,
this is what Hendir has in our cold storage.
Red and ice.
Land is already on.
Oh, okay, without that part, because
we got that turned into the
that
jewel
one got used.
Yeah.
Okay. That's gone. Did we use... I might have used one of the vials of red dragon blood, I think, for my tattoo.
I think so.
But we have scale hide, we have Dracolich stuff. We've got...
Can we try to throw that?
Shit.
Wouldn't mind getting the ability to swap. Necrotic.
Could ask.
So
if that's an option.
If I could use like some of the scales and then maybe the claws added onto the studded leather, that'll give me fire and necrotic resistance.
You can always try. We just have to ask her.
Yeah.
I know we have a little bit of time. I'm not entirely sure how much time we have before Ascalon stuff, but I'm sure we have a little bit.
I think I'm hearing Ken in the background, but he's like 6,000 years away.
That's not me. That's my roommate talking really loud for some reason. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I was afraid that you were talking and we were missing it.
Yeah. I didn't see the upper parts. I don't know why I didn't.
I mean, go talk to a roadie. See how long it might take.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta head that way anyway, so I can show you the way.
Please, please.
Anybody else going, or Eidos and Aerith?
I guess I'll go to Lorena's.
Okay, so Rose
since
is heading
we
out
might
to the city.
need to do that soon.
I will.
You want a tattoo?
Just for funsies.
Yeah, or for fightsies.
What kind of tattoos are there?
Man, she does a lot. She can literally kind of do whatever you want. She can give
follow
you
Rose and you'll find out.
Follow me,
and you'll see the world of imagination.
Is there an
Just
actual
drag
page
nobody off to the tattoo shop.
I'm sorry?
Is there an actual website I can look up the tattoos?
So sure. If you go into the compendium, there are a bunch of magical tattoos that were added in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. They're just rare or magical items of various rarities, like the Lifewell tattoo, Ghost Step, Eldritch Claw,
Spell Rod.
The
you
Blood
can
Fury
also.
one. I want that one. I love that tattoo. I love the Blood Fury.
Oh, the Blood Fury.
Yeah,
it's so
I only gave that to
by
Jaeger
normal
because
means.
he was.
I
just-
know.
He was temporary.
It's disgustingly expensive by normal means.
Yeah.
But it can be used for armor. Most of them require attunement. If not all of them require attunement, if I think about it.
Not
But
all, no.
there are
I
also
think.
like Rose's is a barrier tattoo, but because Rose has facilitated the barrier tattoo with dragon blood, and had it upgraded over time, new uses have been added to it, and form of like resistances. Eodos has a coiling grasp tattoo or Eldritch Claw.
Eldritch Claw.
Eldritch Claw. But he's upgraded it a couple times, putting money and time into it to give it more magical effects, better uses, higher stats, so they can be upgraded.
So I'm looking at the barrier tattoo. It would give me the same AC as I currently have.
But
there's
you
3.
eventually upgrade it.
Oh, there's
You know,
Yeah,
you
there's
can
a-
keep pumping money.
Because
and-
that's I had the
Rose.
very rare barrier tattoo, which just put my AC at 18. So
Gotcha. I'll follow
basically,
Rose,
like-
and if I can't figure out anything I want in the meantime, I'll just craft them while I wait for Rose to get her stuff done.
Now, how much Green Dragon stuff did we have off the 2 Green Dragon fights before? Because that's the
those are the new ones.
This
Who harvested
copy.
that? You did?
Yeah, hold on. I have it written down at least.
Oh yeah, because everything goes into your bag of holding.
Yeah.
But no. Oh yeah, you do have the vial of.
We have one
And-
extra vial of the ancient white. Yeah.
Well, do one of y'all want the ancient Green Dragon blood? Because I don't need.
I
Unless
just like
I-
to have the resistances that we currently have on our list
I mean, I could
added
put
to my
I could
armor.
put that one. I could put that one into my tattoo. I don't know if
Okay.
it would make it any stronger or not, but
Can I have the poison sack?
sure. Swap you for that.
Add
Is
a potential
there
poison rebuke.
is there wait, was the vial of ancient white dragon blood, was that the only one for cold resistance?
It might be. I don't know.
I'm thinking
Whatever I have written, I can't remember if we have other stuff, but anything I have written, I know we have for sure.
I'm trying to think, like, if that's the only thing of white dragon for cold resistance, then it's fine that you'll get it or that you'll use it.
I mean, I'm already done with cold stuff.
No, I don't
Yeah,
want to waste ancient or
mean,
use it.
Mhm.
It's not a
Might as
waste.
well.
If you want to, go for it. Yeah. Rose
Also,
their tattoo upgraded with white. I've got my armor, and I also already have the like sack from an ancient white dragon. So I'm
speaking
Uh,
speaking of Eidos, can we trade back the masks? Because I was just not using the green one hiding the green one in Linterell.
if you want the white one, I'll
Swap back. Yep.
So okay. So looking at
In the moment that you pass it between the two of you, in that very brief now.
Counterspell, counterspell.
Second, it's glowing. Eidos snaps one of the masks.
So I'm just trying to count, like, so there's black for acid, we've got green for poison, some
We
red
got
for
some
fire.
red stuff. I think the only thing we don't really have is blue.
Yeah.
Because
have
we haven't
the-
really killed another blue dragon.
Draco Lich for necrotic, which is a really random one. I mean, technically we did kill a blue one, we just didn't harvest its corpse.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
materials
We
off.
harvested some of it, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You got some of Jax's stuff. But not...
I definitely have the blue Jax's shit in my armor right now.
Okay.
It's just so long
Yeah.
ago.
I think we
That didn't have a
used
lot.
most of what we got from him.
Yeah.
It went bad. A lot of the blood went bad because you didn't have the bag of gold.
Right.
Yeah,
It's 'cause we
that's
just
why.
let it bag. And we haven't killed one since Jax, and that was so long ago.
We know we're gonna have to kill one eventually because there's an ancient blue to deal with.
Yep. Okay. So I think if I take a couple of the scales and then of each dragon type and then the Draco Lich Claw and see if they
Just
can
write out.
Yeah, I'll
Write
it
out what you take so that I can take it out of my bag.
Um,
You are free to use whatever you want as long as Eidos doesn't want it.
Well, and we'll just see how
Or-
long it takes. And like, if it takes more than a couple days to get all of it, we might just have to get you to pick one or two for now.
yeah. So Black
But-
Dragon scales.
But I figure we got at least 1 or 2 days to get this stuff updated before because I'm sure we want to be in tip top shape for dealing with Ascalon anyway, right? Like we
Yes,
go ahead.
100%.
Yeah, would be nice.
Nothing could go wrong if we went in with
No.
not armored up, and if we had potions. I'm sure everything would have worked out, right?
I have
Yeah.
radiant resist. Wait, do I have radiant resistance?
I
I do have radiant resistance. So I'm kind of good with that.
She can do custom tattoos, right?
Yeah, if you've got an idea.
Can I have one that increases my movement speed?
Tattoo the bottoms of your feet. Ouch.
What else am I taking?
Second. Oh, I need to. What's that?
It's Earth.
Oh yeah, that was Earth.
I dropped my phone. Well, at least once a session, I'll go to move my phone, and do it a little too fast, and kind of sling it across the room.
I mean, at least it holds up better than kids, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will take the Black Dragon Hide Scales, the Dracolich Claw, the Hide Scales of the Red Dragon, the Scales and Hide of the Green Dragon, and then the Ancient White Dragon Blood. See.
I got. Okay, write it down so that I.
I was just about to say
That
the
was too
same
many
thing.
things.
However, as you guys kind of have an idea now, right? What you're doing?
I think so.
So nobody
Arteria,
in
do you want
Rose.
to come with us to the tattoo shop?
Oh, I don't know why I just did it
Arteria?
one by one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'll pass.
Yeah.
What is Arteria doing?
Arturia's gonna start making her own preparation for the eventual confrontation with Ascalon.
Okay.
That's what Eidos is gonna.
Okay.
Alright. Oh no. Oh no.
There, that's what I'm taking.
Okay.
You really ought to thank Rose for having that bag of colding.
I know.
Rose carries
Otherwise,
like
that ancient white blood would have.
It would have been gone.
Yeah.
Gone long ago.
most of this would have expired just in a normal bag of holding by now. But
Was
you two
Dumas
head
the
out-
one that gave us the bag of colding?
No, I think it was actually, if I remember correctly,
Maybe at Manon.
it was Manon's.
Which one?
You bought it at Manon's, but you bought it from Irvin, the guy who was working with Ken. It was one of his like special contraptions that he made. But anyway, as you two head out, Aerith and Eidos, go ahead, give me a perception check. You are stepping out the back of the guild hall towards where Herodias. Both 15.
Hey, high five!
You both look around. There are a number of adventurers here. Not as many as there were when you guys first enlisted, but they're still a handful that are, using the yard. You do see Fred in the distance. Looks like he's being fed at the moment by one of his caretakers and is having a grand old time. As you head towards Rodi, the one thing you don't see, though, is the Starlight Dragon. It doesn't seem to be here. It's at least not parked where it normally is parked.
Uh-oh. Are they out on a mission?
I hope they are, and I hope they're okay.
I swear to God, if Kegram's involved, he's already running on borrowed time. If he did something to that ship and our boys.
Oh boy.
Arturia, you are heading where? Are you going back to the barracks, or are you going to go across the apartment? Before we do the scene with Erodi, I just want to know where you're heading to.
I'll go back to my apartment. I don't need peace and quiet for what I want to do.
You excuse yourself from the guild hall and find your comfortable, small, sparse apartment across the street. Rose and nobody. You step out into the city. The city is awake, alive, bustling. There's people moving about. Nothing seems to be like jumping out at you as dangerous. It's just a normal day here in Iriabor as you take the 30 or 40 minute or so walk down the upper terrace, down into the center terrace, and over to the Colors of Magic, where Lorena has her shop.
Oh, yeah. This is the last piece I need before I have like a little bit of every type of dragon on me. At least the chromatics and the metallics.
That is true. I feel like that should be monumental. I don't know. But anyway, as you guys are walking, Eodos and Aerith, as you head up to Erodi, you can see that she has a good amount of work on her table. It mostly just looks like normal leathers or some very simple enchantments that are looking to be patched up, repaired, but it is piled pretty high. And as you kind of head up to her, she's tearing apart something and kind of putting it off to one side and then slams at some rivets. And you step up and she turns around. Ah, Eidos. And, I don't think I've actually had the pleasure.
Aerith Zatara.
Aerith, nice to meet you. And she'll take your hand in hers and his big orcish mitt. What can I do for you today? Bring me more interesting stuff.
We got plenty.
Slam the 2 bags.
He's looking for something similar to what you've done for me, and I'm looking to add more on to what you've done for me.
Okay. What kind of a time frame are we working with?
2 days at most.
2 days. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at what you've got and see what I can do for you both. You show her the things you want to have added. The way that it kind of...
Also, when we got Rose back, he put them in the bag of clothing, but he's also gonna, because he's got that Dracolich forearm bone, he's also gonna supply some of the material off of those fucking horrors that we killed to help with that, because I don't think just the forearm bone would suffice, but he's got those hides and
more of this.
Oh shit.
It is gross. It is powerful, I will say. It does.
Yeah, I've got 4 pieces of Sorrowsworn hide, 2 yards of Shadow Coalesced hide, if that helps.
Yeah. All right, let me see. I'm looking at this right now. So your mail, she kind of looks at your dragon mail, looks at it. Unfortunately, I don't think I'd be able to do anything with your mail in the time frame. Even working through the night, I could possibly have it done for you in 3 days, maybe 2.5. But
well, what about just the green? Just adding the green for now.
That would be just one of the objects. Doing multiple at a time does make it a little easier, but each one does require its own bit of spell work to kind of work it into the rest of it. I am sorry, I know. She kind of grits through her teeth and huffs a bit. Now, I could definitely do something with that. Let me see that. And she takes the studded leather off. Oh, this is just... Where did you get this? This is just embarrassing. This is just terrible.
Yeah, it was kind of a option because I kind of deactivated my barrier tattoo, so...
She'll look at it. You were looking, let's see, you had for Aerith, Dracolich, Red Dragon, Green Dragon, White Dragon, and Black Dragon.
Yes.
Kind of I could possibly get 2 of those in there.
Whichever ones are easier for you.
And it's all It all roughly works out to about the same. It just takes the time to work the spellcraft, it just, unfortunately.
If you need
It's
with
not even really
spell work,
spell work.
I
It's
am proficient in spells. I'm a wizard. So I don't know.
it like looks you up and down. Do you know any nature magic?
Like what?
I do a lot of this, and she kind of like reaches out, and you just see this tiny little like sprig kind of grow out of the ground as she druid crafts this like almost bark-like vine that just grows out and it rips it up and kind of shreds off the little bits of leaves. Makes good rope, but it's that kind of things that I use. You might be able to help. If I had, let's say this, if I had both of your help, I could get Eidos one of yours done, or 3 done for Aerith in 2 days' time. But it would require your help to be here and kind of keeping some of the things from going awry that could possibly go bad.
The only spell I have that's nature-ish is Wither and Bloom.
I mean, it's not, if you do that, it's not bad, but
I mean, I'm willing to help if it helps her do our stuff. I don't specifically have anything I can help with, but I do have decent magic reserves because it comes back on short res. So I mean, if anything, I could provide energy for her. But
I mean, I can do
it's
that
just
too because
unfortunate
I
you guys are
do
at a
have.
point where everything takes a while.
I know.
Oh my god. I'm sitting here like I have notes for it, and it's like Aurodi works for the pleasure of it. She doesn't charge you guys anything. She just works because she loves it. But the next upgrade for Eidos will take 3 to 5 days to complete. She kind of looks at you and goes, "Now your cloak. I could get your cloak upgrade in maybe a day and a half. I could do your cloak and one thing for Aerith if you wanted to kind of do something with that. That's a little bit it's not as complicated just as of yet."
if we help you, can you do my cloak in 2 things for Aerith? Because he's kind of working with next to nothing. We kind of just shifted what he's got going for him, and I mean, I'm willing to put in as much time as you need to help, but I definitely want to make sure he's not going in to whatever we run into from now on, like bare bones.
All right, let's do it. I think the 3 of us, if we work through tonight, get enough rest.
I was gonna ask about the +2. I was gonna ask if it was possible to upgrade the +1 armor to +2, but I was just like,
She doesn't really have. Well, Okay, so here's the thing. You do have plenty of materials. If you wanted to buy a base +2 to build off of, she could do that as well. Or you could do one of your 2 enhancements as a +2, and then the other one as a like resistance. But it's up to you because you do have materials, so she could rework like some of the hide from the red dragon and replace the leathers in there, and it wouldn't have the fire resistance built into it because she's just using it for more of like the toughness of it and accenting that aspect of the gear. But she could make it +2, or you could run to Manon's and spend some money.
how much would a +2 cost? Because it's very rare, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be probably about 8,000. Is around you're about equal to what you paid for your rapier.
Rose already ripped me a new one for the rapier.
I can feel Gino from here being like, "Don't."
No. I was actually just thinking like if we could ask Hadrian or like the guild, they have materials if they maybe have like a +2 set of armor, like that we could buy from them for slightly cheaper, but
maybe.
I'll go to Hadrian first, see if they have a +2 set of leather armor, and then for a cheaper price, obviously.
All right.
But like
did you want to
we
do
honestly we have more money, so
were you going to discuss anything
before when you spent?
Sorry, go ahead. I keep talking.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I'll go to Hadrian, ask if he has a +2 studded leather armor, and then come back and then have that be used as a base for my armor, so that I can get the resistances, or as many
check.
as they can add.
I know.
Persuasion. Oh, okay. Oh, yay!
Right. Kinda goes. All right. Well, I mean, we do have some, just not a lot that powerful. I do have one piece. It wasn't. You know what? It'd be better off. Go talk to Hendir. Tell him I authorize you to use the studded leather that I left here, and that we're just gonna knock 4,500 off your guild tab. That fair?
I'll send Rose a message, or send
Okay.
explaining, like, hey, so I'm trying to get a +2 studded leather armor for, you said 4,500?
Yeah, 45 at the guild.
At the guild. Is it alright if I take from the funds?
Yeah, that's a pretty good price for something like that, right? Cool. I guess tell Hadrian I say thank you.
Rose says thank you, and yes.
Also ask if he needs a shave.
You don't even need to ask. You look at him, the man hasn't shaved in 4 or 5 days, and he's not normally, like, clean shaven. He usually has, like, a beard, and you technically haven't really seen him.
Yeah, no, it's been a long while.
It's been a while. Roll me insight check, actually.
I'm so good. Jesus.
Let me see.
I'm so screwed.
Okay. He looks tired. He looks like he hasn't slept in a couple days. He looks unshaven. Like he really doesn't look like he's holding himself together. And he's got a cigar kind of sitting in his left hand as you're talking to him. And as you look down, there's like 3 stubs of them out in the ashtray in front of him. But as you say that Rose says thanks, he kind of like winces a little bit. Just go ahead and tell him anytime. Happy to help out.
Okay.
And then you head over. Hendir will facilitate getting you. It's nice. It has a different style than the ones around here. It's a little bit more what would be the word for it? Roman almost. It has
Okay.
like kind of a different build aesthetic
Gladiatorial.
to it. Yeah, gladiatorial almost of studded leather, where it's just a different. It obviously wasn't made here. It wasn't made by any artisan or crafter. You haven't seen Erodi make anything like this. But he'll hand it to you and kind of nod and take the money out of your guild count, which I'm trying to find
I
my.
already.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
At least in my notes, I took it out.
Heading back to Erodi, you can see that her and Eodos are already kind of getting started. His cloak going to be the bigger project. It's probably going to be the first one you guys do. So what are you adding to the cloak?
I mean, basically just the poison sac, just to add in the elemental rebuke.
Okay, another poison rebuke. Got it. All right. Both of you guys roll me survival, and this isn't really to facilitate building this. I want to see how much you can gain from working with Erodi, because she works like a hurricane.
Hell yeah.
He did.
Yay!
Eodos, you've been working with Erodi. You've done a lot with Erodi. You have this kind of like almost symbiotic relationship where you can kind of work alongside each other. And as you get started and she takes out her tools, you summon your survival knife that you have built, into your kind of packed blade type weapon, and then using that, copy and carve the various tools that she uses to remove elements of the poison sac, refine it down into like its base essence. Yeah, you guys spend pretty much the rest of the day. Do you no, you really don't have a lot of time for conversation with a roadie while you're working. There's too much instruction going back and forth. Aerith, it is very complicated. It is very messy, and it smells terrible. This part, like, you would rather be rolling in the swamp with Fred than standing near a roadie's shack. I don't know if you've ever been near a leather worker or know what tanning leather smells like. It is not good. It is really, really awful. Okay. And then unseen servant comes out. All right. That does help. That does help as you summon
Just
the
for
servant.
extra hands.
Yeah, stuff starts like floating around you. Erodi kind of looks at it. Well, have him hold this for me, and have him hold that, and give me this. And it's kind of like a surgical assistant as she's like leaning over. Scaldo, forceps, magical inscriber.
Unseen servant just goes back and forth.
Yes, that is correct, Rose. You guys get to work, and we will get back to you later this evening.
Yay.
Oh, yeah. Is
Mm.
675 plat is that much gold?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Eidos was walking around with a lot more than 10K because he didn't have 10K gold, but he had a decent chunk of platinum on him too. So I think we should be okay with money.
Yeah, we still, if I'm calculating everything correctly, we still have about 40K in our bank.
Hell yeah.
Minus the 27 that we took to do the guild hall repairs.
Yep. That pretty much tracks with
Cool.
what I had too.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. But yeah, work into the night. It is laborious and sweaty work, and far across the city, deep down in the center tier, Rose and Nobody are stepping into Lorena's Colors of Magic. It's not crowded. There's a couple people here though. Nobody that requires Lorena's attention, but she is sitting at the front counter, and as you step in, she looks up from her paper and her eyes kind of light up and she smiles. Rose, you're back.
Guess what?
What?
I have the last piece.
You do.
And they just run up to the counter and just flash a small vial of the like green poisonous-y looking blood. Like, this should be fine to put in my body, right?
Well, we'll go ahead and kind of like grabs a small object like a stone off to one side, and she holds it over it and flashes like this bit of spell work, bit of magic out of it. Should be fine now. It should be purified just in case. But that is impressive.
That should fill in the last of the color, right?
It should. That should. Well, should we get to work? This is going to take a while. I hope your patience is with you today, because the last time the last time was the hand. The time before last time, we were kind of
Last
getting
time we
antsy
worked
by
on
the end of
this.
that. Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. It's worth it, right? It's worth it.
That is.
I can sit still.
Up to you. It is. This is going to be my masterpiece, and I do hope that you allow me one day to at least show you off to some of my peers, because
of course
this has been incredible.
Maybe when we're finally done with some of this stuff, or before we go start it. Depends on how quickly you can gather your peers. They always seem to be running around in circles.
Yes, I would need to figure something out. But first things first. Let's get this finished and just marvel in it together.
Also, my friend, this is Nobody. He's
got a wave.
Very
he's our new member.
Rude. I'm sure he's not Nobody.
No, I mean, that's his
don't
name.
worry about this.
That's what people. That's my name. Nobody or Nanashi, like whatever you feel like calling me, I'm fine with.
But
she kind of like opens her mouth to speak a few times and then looks back at Rose. So anyway, you were saying.
Don't worry about it. I mean, he might be interested in something if you have one of your people to spare. I don't know if he knows what he wants, if they have any ideas.
I do have somebody, I think. God, where
Right, I was
it is the
gonna be
Sword
like,
Coast area
is blank available, but I can't remember any of their names.
important NPCs. Lorena's Colors of Magic. She kind of looks around. I
Started
think
with like an A
Fadit's
or something.
available. The small male dwarf.
Ah.
I think he'd be available to or
Sure.
not small. He's burly.
Meh.
Big
He's
dwarf.
kind of like a biker, but a dwarf.
Hell yeah.
Or
I have a
Tad. She calls him
Question
Tad.
about the barrier tattoo. Would it
Yes.
stack with unarmored defense for the monk?
It unfortunately would not. It would kind of overwrite it, or whichever one is better. The magic, your native ability to move would kind of outpace the magic if you were faster than it. Otherwise, the magic would take precedence. Unfortunately, it kind of goes the same way as armor, at least from what we've been able to determine yet.
Okay.
What were you
'Cause I-
thinking? What do you want to do? What do you want your magic to serve you for?
Can I go faster?
She kind of
Gotta go
like
fast.
looks over and kind of opens up a notebook. I think that we were working. Yes, we do have a long strider tattoo that would allow you to increase your speed somewhat for about an hour, several times a day.
Look at the long strike.
Yeah, it basically lets you cast the long strider spell by using a charge, and it would have like 4 charges, recharging, 1d4 plus 2.
Look at that ghost tattoo really quick, because I was also
Ghost
mildly ghost step. That's what it's called. Rose, you're big for this, right?
Yeah.
You got
Well,
me, right?
okay.
You're
How
spotting
about
me.
when you decide what you want and have Tad come and like pop in for a minute and let me know how much it's gonna be, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Alright.
We talk about your fee, dear, before we start worrying about his, because your barrier tattoo is getting quite complicated, and this is going to take time and will require my
Last step
very
later.
specific expertise. So she kind of like smiles. Unfortunately, this one will be 7,000 gold pieces, and estimating it to take about 2 days. We'll probably be finished late in the evening tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Yes, I do hope you have at least a good book to read, because you will be laying still on your chest for probably 16 of the
Ever.
next 32 hours. Yes.
Oh my god.
Holy crap! That's a lot of plays
Gonna
still.
die.
Yeah.
Yeah, last up.
Does that sound fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll do that.
Alrighty.
So that you said 7,000?
Yes. Why do I have?
Okay.
Because you had the acid resistance, lightning, cold. Okay, you got Rokai last time, right? Or not?
Yes.
Yeah, you did Rokai's.
Yeah, the fire was the last before this one.
I don't know why I didn't have that one in here. I updated like everything else about it, but actually no. Damn. All right. Well, missed opportunities.
For me or for you?
No, it just I did the time wrong. This upgrade should have been all the 3 to 5 days that it would have taken Eidos. But if you're willing,
It'd be like that sometimes, you know.
yeah, the gold will stick with, because that's fine. But she's going to rescind one thing that she said. We will have to probably work through the night tonight as well. It's going to be a very long session. We're going to be with each other for the next 24 to 28 hours. Maybe a short bit of respite for healing and sleeping, but this is going to be complicated spell work.
Is there any way I can help?
Not moving.
Okay.
Well, obviously.
Unfortunately, no. But I can get you done by the end of the evening tomorrow, and then you can at least rest up in case you need to leave. But I would appreciate you staying conscious through the night, as difficult as that would be. We can tell each other stories. You can tell me your adventures, and I can tell you how I got here.
Sure. It's at least a couple hours of stuff to talk about.
Hey, I mean, come on. You put it a certain way, and we could have easily 400 hours of conversation between the two of us over the next 2 years if we played once a week. Anyway, yeah, it's unfortunately this being your final upgrade, the upgrade level
It
going
was a
from
little bit
+3 or
longer.
from +4 to +5, it is a big one.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it
as long as
will
we can.
take that, and you will take a stack of exhaustion, but I know you guys want to be able
Yep,
to get done roughly at the same
that's
time.
fine.
So
I'll take
now,
it. Gonna be here
nobody. As Rose is led back into the large kind of tattoo studio of Lorena, a burly dwarf kind of walks up to you and looks at you and goes, "Right, so you're looking to get some ink. What can I do for you today?"
Um, actually, I think I'll pick the ghost step tattoo.
Oh, ghost step. All right, all right. Well, I haven't had a lot, of course, to practice that one, but I do know it quite well. Just normally people aren't willing to, pony up the dough for it. Let me go ahead. And he
Uh,
kind of like steps up
my
onto a stool behind the counter.
Wait,
my
hold on.
my
Oh no.
friend just left with the money. She's
Oh,
went with Lorena. She has my money.
she has your money. Well, then she's the one I need to talk to. And I'll be right back then. Knocks on Lorena's door. Rose, as you're kind of taking off your shawl, your shirt, and getting ready for Lorena to get to work on your back, providing her with
Mm.
the blood, she's getting her tools ready. You hear a knock on the door. Oh, Lorena, hold on one second. Just got to talk to your customer there. Everything proper. Lorena just, yes, they're fine right now. Come on in. Right, right. Oh, all right. Well, I got your friend outside. He is deciding to get the ghost step tattoo. Says you're going to be facilitating the payment of it.
Yeah, I did tell him to ask how much it was first.
Well,
Uh,
Lorena kind of chuckles. That one is it's about how much your current upgrade was. It's 7,000 gold pieces. And then you hear Tad go, "Wait, no, I thought she kind of like raises one finger. No, it's 7,000. Well, then it is 7,000 gold pieces."
that's fine, right? This is fine. Everything's fine. Well, we did promise to pay him, and that's probably how much we would have gotten from the dragon. Yeah, yeah, fine. Just charge it on the tab.
All right. How did you pay Lorena? Did you just put it on the tab?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
just put all of it on the tab.
So 14,000 gold pieces to Lorena's. Nice big charge on the credit card statement there.
Yeah, you know how I said we had 40,000? We have less now. It's fine.
You guys are getting into very rare and higher tier stuff. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's great and expensive.
Yeah, all right,
That's
well, I'm gonna go get him started. I'll pop in when we're done and just let you know that he's good. All right, have fun.
Yeah, gonna be here all night.
And he will head back out. Okay, so the way that the tattoos work, Mr. Nobody, is they can really look like anything you want, and they can really go anywhere you want. The specifics of the magic is really in the way that we apply it to you, and we script the spell work into it as we go. So it's all just a matter of what do you want? Where do you want it?
Uh, on his left shoulder, in the Japanese like art style, have like the koi fish in water.
Right, I can see that. Oh, that's beautiful. I actually knew somebody from one of those. What is? Can't remember the name of the village, but they came from beyond the Dale Lands, far off east. You help me a little bit of their script work. I might be able to work it in there. It's going to end up saying like pancake, but
Oh no, not like Japanese words. like
oh,
in like
okay.
the Japanese art style.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry,
Like a
I
Yakuza
like-
tattoo.
of a koi fish. Yeah,
Of a
yeah,
koi
yeah.
fish in water.
I could see
Yeah.
like the koi fish in the water and the art style, and then I thought you had the scripture there as well that you wanted in there, and I was like,
The
we could
scripture.
we could do like text as well, sure.
Pancake.
But yeah, pancake is
No word.
hello, no word. But sorry, that was a misunderstanding. This is why we discuss these things. So I can go ahead and he's gonna go ahead and just wave his hand, and an image of a koi fish will appear in the air. First, he kind of shows you with the text, and that's when you guys discuss it. He's like, all right, hold on. He waves his hand, and the minor illusion changes into just the koi fish kind of splashing in the water, just like the bottom, like third of it, just barely hitting the water with a tiny little like ripple down, beneath it. And if it looks good, then they leads you back into his own slightly smaller uh, tattooing studio. This one will take the majority of the day, so you'll be finished around dinner time. But afterwards, you will have your own ghost step tattoo.
What does Ghost Step do?
Arteria.
It's pretty
There's
cool.
lots of effects actually.
Yeah, it does.
You could be a ghost.
Pretty much.
Arteria. As you find yourself quietly contemplating everything that has happened since joining the Wanderers of Starlight, the rise of Ascalon, the returns to the Nether Mountains conversations, the battles with the Worm Speakers. What do you do this afternoon as you sit in your small, cozy apartment?
I guess just prepare my mind for the eventual battles ahead, and I'm gonna say a prayer to my good buddy Noel.
Did you want to do anything specific or just a day of... Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, roll it for me. You can
Bet.
do /GR, and that way it only goes to GM.
What was it?
Just for added flair so that nobody knows what's up.
Dun, dun, dun.
So they're plotting against us. Got it.
Yeah, you sit in quiet contemplation, listening to the sounds of the city beyond. You quiet your mind, and you can hear from where your apartment is the very soft hammering of nails and the rebuilding of the guild hall across the street. The sounds of people running up and down the streets, children laughing, people talking, just the general sounds of life. You don't hear the voice of death today. At night, I guess. Anything else anyone wants to do?
I'm pretty sure we're all busy.
Eodos and Aerith, yeah.
Right.
So nobody finishes his tattoo first and is really the only one who can go about, like, move about the cabin. Everyone else is pretty much stuck doing your tasks as you endeavor to get them done as quickly as possible. So we'll go towards, let's go ahead and head to the end of tomorrow evening, unless there's anything else you guys wanted to do.
I don't believe so.
Let me check one thing. There might be something that you guys need. I need to check the current date. And this happened on... Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So today comes to a close. Your return in Eriabor. Nobody finished your tattoo finished, and it's impressive. It hurt. I mean, didn't hurt, but you could sense that a normal human being would be like, that was unpleasant throughout the tattooing process. And I don't know if you have tattoos, but it's normally like a long healing process where they have to, be taken care of in order to keep the ink from bleeding or spreading. As Tad finishes up the tattoo, he kind of takes out a small, almost like a wand, and waves it over it, and the tattoo kind of merges to the skin, and the skin around it instantly heals with no like bleeding of the lines or anything else. The tattoo is crisp and fresh, and he assures you that it will stay that way for as long as your skin stays your skin.
As long as you don't lose your skin.
I will say, if he has a tattoo on his back, he would not know.
Yeah, that's also fair. I don't think you've ever disrobed around the Wanderers, so I don't think they'd have any reason to know either.
Awesome. So if I have a tattoo, it'll be a mystery.
It would be. Because you didn't really need to. You just sort of rolled up a sleeve for this one. Even Tad didn't look. But you find yourself in Eriabor. Tad checks in with Rose. Let him know that everything's done. You can check in with Rose, but Rose is probably
Oh my
7
God,
hours
nobody
deep
kill
into
me.
a 30-hour tattooing session. So I don't know how they're feeling right now. But what is nobody doing?
He's gonna probably go back to the room and then start working on getting the policies made and then the smoke bombs made.
Yeah. You return to the barracks room. You craft both sets of healing poultices, the set of smoke bombs. No one comes back to the room.
Okay. I'm assuming it's late by then.
It is very late. You finish up probably around like 11. You get dinner at the guild hall where you can at least get food. There isn't really like a cafeteria anymore. But they've shown you where you can go to get, basic food stores to eat in your barracks.
And once everything's crafted, I'll probably just shrug and go to bed and be like, I hope they're here in the morning.
All right. The rest of you work through the evening. Arturia, you stay in your apartment through the night, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. The next day dawns. You continue to work, continue to be tattooed and bored. And it's getting difficult, Rose. You've had quite a few moments where you're just like, I can't. But then you think about how cool it's gonna look and how useful it'll be. It's gonna look so cool. It's gonna look so cool.
Ugh, I can't even imagine. Like, I've done 8 hours before, and that was rough.
Yeah, I know.
Past that, I'm not sure. You'd either
like
get used to it, or it'd be so bad that you would just.
The first 8 hours goes by relatively good. You guys stay in good spirits with each other. If it weren't for the fact that you just pay Lorena a small fortune, she probably wouldn't be doing this, because the second 8 hours goes by a little bit more cantankerously between both of you.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, you're starting to kind of get on each other's nerves a little bit, and you hear, this is why we normally do this over multiple sessions, but no, you have to go save the world, I guess. Once or twice.
I
But
do
she
have to
keeps
save the world.
working.
I'm sorry, okay?
I know, dear. I'm just very tired. A short nap, just a short nap, and she'll stop for like an hour to catch 20 winks and let you get up and walk around. But it is an arduous task. With a roadie, it is disgusting. And Aerith, you probably just retreat and are gone for 4 hours just to trance, just to get away from it all. They notice the lack of help, but it doesn't slow them down very much.
I would have recasted Unseen Servant before trancing, just to give them that 1 hour of extra.
The surgical nurse stays there holding the small platter of tools over it as you guys continue to refine the poison sac from this kind of glob of flesh, and you have to flay the outer layer of the sac and remove this central kind of, it almost looks like a nerve cluster, but it's surrounded by this. Yeah, it's really gross. And then there's this whole purification process where it's dried out and turned into almost like a crystal, and then the crystal itself has to be shaped, and it's just this whole deal. But for the second day, to see how much you guys learn, go ahead, roll me survivals. as you are working alongside her.
Oh, come on.
The tiredness is definitely starting to kick in, and by the end of the day, you guys have finished Eodos's. Well, actually, it's not even the end of the day. It's probably about noon when you finish the Dragon Scale Cloak. And you've added a third jewel around the central clasp, the lightning one off to, I think the lightning was on the left, with the ice one on the right, and now in the center a green gemstone that kind of just glows with this eerie bit of not light, like it doesn't cast light, but as you look at it, it just doesn't look like it's entirely solid. Like there's just a bit of vapor or mist constantly drifting around it. And you now have
Hell yeah.
a, let's see, what is the, you now have a poison option for your Hellish Rebuke. And I need to see, your Hellish Rebuke is the standard one for that. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I've picked Hellish Rebuke up. I just haven't like replaced the little option. So that's why if you look at my spells list, it says 1 prolonged rest.
Mhm.
But I do actually have the spell too.
The cloak now casts at 2nd level instead of just 1st level Hellish Rebuke. So it's now a 2nd level Hellish Rebuke. So it does an extra D10 on it. So I don't have any of my notes. Hold on, that would be actually. Did it already do it, higher one?
Yeah,
Okay.
when you added the white one because we used the ancient white dragon blood, it bumped up to 2nd level then.
Then it's a 3rd because I couldn't find in my notes whether it did that when
Oh,
I bumped
hell
it, but
yeah.
it would definitely be bumped up again as you used another. I guess these were from adults, but let's be honest, there probably isn't going to be another ancient green for you guys since you resolved that
fight.
so adequately. But it now does it.
Hell yeah.
It now casts at 3rd level. And with that, you can get to work on Eris gear. You each take a short break so that Eodos and Erodi can each get a nap. Aerith, you're able to go and get food for yourself and probably bring some back for them to help facilitate things.
Uh-huh.
Now I know that 8 wasn't super great, but with that 22, did those two help me work towards survival at all? Because I still don't have proficiency.
You were. Let me actually, because it was. I will say, yeah, with
Because
that.
our boy Jaeger was helping me, but now he's back to doing his thing.
He was. Okay. Yeah, you guys don't know what Jaeger's doing. Jaeger's
He's
just,
just an enigma. We can't even remember him anymore.
where did you leave off with that? Okay. Okay, yeah, you got a few cuts in with him. Okay, roll me one more survival check for both of you as you work on Aeriths for the rest of the day to get both of these, and let's see. Survival.
Love
It's
to see it.
Yes.
yeah, it's getting
Slowly
there.
decline.
You're close. Like no, I'll say it. You get survival proficiency because that's what you were working up to with Erodi. I really wanted that to be a part of it, working with her.
Hell yeah.
Aerith, you're getting a little bit more into the swing of things, understanding kind of what they're doing and having this consistent, I want to help. Oh God, it's so gross, but I want to help. It's so gross. I'm gonna have to wear this thing. Like they're taking the leather pieces of your armor off, and Erodi is very careful. She'll go at the armor with like this tiny little blade, and she'll cut. She's like, now you have to cut right here in order to not damage the enchantment already in the rivets of the studded leather. It's what makes studded leather so damn difficult to work with. These are the important parts. No, that was not a judgment on you. I very much appreciate and approve of your choice. This is actually quite lovely. And not a lot of it needs to be changed out. She kind of like looks at it and holds it up. Is this Hadrian's old armor?
Yes.
Kind of like lowers it and looks over at you. Interesting. Gets to work again. But by the end, which two did you choose? Because you had +2. What two upgrades are you? What two things are you doing? With the items you offered, you could do acid, necrotic, fire, poison, cold resistance.
Um,
The Dracolich claw. The claw isn't really used for armor, unfortunately.
uh,
So no necrotic on that one.
no necrotic. Okay. I'll do fire and cold, because
Okay.
I think those are the two more common damage.
Right. She will use the scales, and as she kind of takes it all apart, you can see what she was saying about doing multiple at once. It is easier, but it still requires a lot of time and focus for each upgrade. The first one, she just sort of seems to almost stitch in as the red scales are applied to the armor. It just seems to weave together. The second one, you can see where she's kind of like there are tiny arcane threads that you can see, Aerith, that just like pull out, and as she's working, she's like holding a cluster of them and moving another thread through them, and it's kind of like watching somebody thread a needle and string through a ball of yarn in a very specific way. It's difficult to understand and understand how the enhancements build on each other within this like cluster of the magic that represents the item. But by the end of that day, you have your magical studded leather +2, which you can choose at the beginning of the day to either have fire resistance or you said, what was the other one?
Cold.
Cold resistance. So you can basically you're just an HVAC system.
I'm fucking what was his name in Final Fantasy? One of the demons. I can't remember now. Was
Anyway.
Oh, fucking I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
The weird like fire ice dragon guy at the end of
Heaven's Ward, yeah.
Zervan.
Thank you.
That was it. On this day that the projects are concluded and the tattoos are done, what is Arturia doing? Are you spending another day in preparation, or are you going to seek out your allies? What are you doing today?
I guess they send shoot off a sending to let one of the elders know that we're getting ready to go see Ascalon, and there's a high chance a fight's gonna break out. So just be aware of what's going on in case they sense some really potent magic popping off in the distance.
Okay. The reply comes back from your mother that there hasn't been any new developments with Ascalon. Essentially, to forego the sending spell, the egg-like construct that has been surrounding that mountain is still there. They can't see anything through that. She wishes you luck. And
Egg-like construct.
yeah, didn't you know about that?
No, this
No.
is new.
Okay, I thought that they had told you about that. Yeah, the mountain has like a shimmering platinum barrier that was constructed. That's just sort of like in the shape of an egg around Jax's lair. That they've been able to see with their because they have a scout spy, a young dragon there reporting back to them from far away, safe distance. Basically, he makes a flyby and then reports. And the first day, I thought it was forming as Eodos teleported out. Yeah, it formed almost immediately as he started his meditations. It kind of like shimmered up around the mountain. I thought I had told you. I'm sorry.
No, I mean it's fine. Like dope, good
It's just a
info.
field that he's establishing with his lair. Yeah. But damn sending spell is always restricting the good information.
25 words, bullshit.
I know.
Well, now we know to be prepared for that, huh?
Guess.
That changes things. I guess I'll go back to the guild hall and see if we can't find that ship and get it prepped.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
Oh.
Nobody, what are you gonna do today?
I don't know what to do because I have everything crafted down.
Yep.
And I'm an intern, so I'm not in control of the group. I don't know what I'm doing.
As you wander the halls aimlessly, after facilitating breakfast for yourself, and once again eating better than you did with the, family that had taken care of you. It's actually nice just not having to pay for food. Getting paid would be nice, but not having to pay for food is also really nice. You see Arturia kind of wandering the halls, looking around. She looks kind of confused.
He's just gonna follow her around.
Okay.
He's like a lost puppy. He's like, oh, I know that person. Follow them.
Arturia, as you enter the guild hall and begin to look around for the airship, you kind of like step into the hallway, walk past where the barracks are. You look out into the field behind the guild hall where you had been shown the Starlight Dragon the last time you were here, where you'd seen it from your apartment perch. And it's not where it's supposed to be. And as you kind of like look out the hallway window out towards the back and stand up straight and kind of furrow your brow, you look over your shoulder and nobody's kind of just standing next to you.
Creepily.
Not creepily, he snuck up on
Just
you without
there.
intending to because his passive stealth is like ridiculous.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. Do you know?
Well, what do you hear? I need some help locating something and someone. So let's go
Well, I
find
have
it, shall we?
nothing better to do. I shall assist.
All right, let's go look for Hadrian.
Who's that?
Right. You head back to the main entryway where you see Chad sitting at his desk, and he looks up. Oh, interns. What can I do for you guys?
Got him.
Um, Tourist just gonna close her eyes and just take one deep breath. Hi. Where's Guildmaster Hadrian?
He's in his office. Do you want me to go see if he can talk?
Yes, please.
Okay, wait, right here. And he'll kind of like push back from his desk and go into the room. A moment later, okay, you're good. Come on in. I'm just gonna wait here, and he's gonna sit back down at his desk, and he'll leave the door open. Um, you guys both go in.
Yep.
Correct.
Right. As you enter, Hadrian is there. You both are very insightful, people. You can tell. He looks very, very tired. And he's kind of like staring at some paper, and he's got a burning cigar just sort of sitting in the ashtray, and he looks up. Morning, y'all. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Guildmaster. Well, I'll just get down to brass tacks, as the humans say. We'll need to ship to prepare for a conversation with our friend, our platinum-haired friend up on the mountain. Where's the ship?
Go ahead and roll me an insight check, both of you guys.
Where's the ship?
Going forward.
Threatening smile.
He kind of like shifts in his seat. Oh, I mean, it's unfortunately not here at the moment. Y'all were just gonna fly that up over to the mountains. As he says this, nobody, you're looking at him, his whole body posture, everything, he is definitely hiding something. Like he's trying to hide it well, but he seems to be trying to deflect away and maybe try to find another way to solve your problem than the airship.
Someone steal the airship.
No, nothing like that. Kind of looks at both of you. Chad, could you close the door, please? You hear? Yes, sir. Got it. Got it. And you hear the door shut. Both of y'all sit for me, please.
I shall oblige.
All right, I need y'all to promise you won't tell Rose, okay? Because if you tell Rose, they're gonna go running off half-cocked, and all shit's gonna break out. Promise me.
You have my word, Guildmaster. In the name of the Greek god No.
Drama.
Do my best.
He takes a really deep breath and sighs, and then picks up his cigar, takes a long drag of it, and kind of blows off to the side of his office where he's got a window open. The dragon was repossessed 2 days ago by Lord Vogue and his associates. They came in here swinging all sorts of legal papers. They had Lord Brom on their side. There was nothing I could do. They took the dragon, and they arrested the Avengers for Grand Theft Airship.
Grand Theft Airship.
GTA.
Well, my character, Arturia, doesn't really know who Vogue is, but yikes.
Now,
Even more out of character. You better hope the rest of the party does not find out about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
now see,
Wasn't Robert part of the group that originally stole it too?
he was. He was.
Oh, yikes.
Now, see,
Mm.
Halan managed to avoid the whole deal, but I have not seen that man in. Let me look at my calendar again because I know what day it is time wise, and I know what day it happened. But let's see. 29th. I have not seen that man in 3 days. He vanished somewhere, and then shortly after, he kind of takes another drag from his cigar. All right, so when they came in and they sought out Lord Brom. He runs the city. Wait, no, I haven't told either of you that. But anyway, he's the patron of the city. He's the one who's kind of in charge. He's the one who owns the majority of the land and the holdings. He came in here telling me that they had proof that the deed that we had for the ship was falsified. They had the real one and could prove that the airship we had parked on guild property was stolen. Lord Brom, demanded that I turn over the perpetrators and return the stolen property, or the guild would be removed from the city. I didn't want to. That fucking Vogue, I heard enough of him from the Wanderers to know that that man's just a snake, and that. Anyway. Unfortunately, Jaeger was still here and heard all about this. He's also managed to craft himself some sort of weird bracelet. Anyone that don't know of the man or hasn't known him for a significant amount of time, well, as soon as they look away from him, they forget all about him. He seems to have used that to monkey wrench some things in Baldur's Gate, which is what has kept me up for the last day. I got this, and he kind of like pushes it forward to Arturia, and it's sort of a parchment, has a missive on it that seems like an alert that went out to the various guild leaders that one of the guilds is currently under siege, kind of, sort of.
Oh boy.
So, if y'all tell Rose or Eidos about this, I know you guys have traveled with them for more than a few days, so y'all should know. They're going to run off half-cocked. They're going to burn the city to the ground, and I'm going to end up taking the brunt of the blame of it with Lord Brom because I couldn't keep my adventurers under control, which is going to get this guild hall removed. The city, our license to operate here will be revoked, and we will no longer have a safe harbor for everything we've built here. So, for the sake of the guild hall, I need y'all to keep it quiet for right now, till I can at least figure out some way to legally unruffle some of these goddamned feathers. And get through to Jaeger.
So everyone's in custody?
Let's see. Well, you all weren't really familiar with it, but Emily, my daughter, was a leader of a small adventuring group that kind of took up after your benefactors. I guess your party that y'all are interning for. I don't know how y'all. It's a very weird situation you guys got going. All right. Either way, there were 4 of them. Orvustia, Halan, Eldkin, and Emmeline. Halan, I don't know if he smelled it coming, but he was gone when they showed up. They showed up at the butt crack of dawn a few days ago, swinging their papers. Woke most of us up, and they were gone before the city really even got going. But I don't know what happened to Halan.
Uh, well, this is quite unfortunate, but I gave you my word under my God's name, so my lips are sealed.
Appreciate
Is
it, man.
there have been any other? Do you have any other means that we could transport to the mountaintop? Because
I
this is
mean,
because if Ascalon starts to move, then the cult will be the least of our worries, or your worries.
I can get you guys horses. I can get you all enough horses for 2 each so you can just run them ragged, but it won't be as fast as the airship. You're going to have to go pretty far east around the ridge of the mountain and then cut into the valley and through the swamps. And that's best I got, though.
Do we
I
get the
don't
dragons to fly us?
y'all got
Mm.
dragons on retainer. Kind of a
Mom, I need a ride.
Mom, come pick me up. I need to get out of this I need to get out of this sleepover.
Me and my friends need to get driven to the school.
If you
It
Take
is
us
the
to the
bus.
mall.
take us to the mall.
Well, not on the retainer, but I guess you could say I have some small leeway with a with one dragon. I can see what I can do, but don't hold your breath, nobody.
I mean, I'm just offering options. I'm
Yeah. Truly wish I had. I mean,
Guildmaster, I perfectly understand. Uh, Humans and their complicated rules, some of which are just, well, all intents and purposes, bullshit. Uh,
man was pretty damn evil. I could smell it coming off of him. I killed people nicer than that, just keeping things civil. But there was nothing I could do. My own flesh and blood. He just sort of like picks up the cigar and takes like a long drag of it and just sort of puffs it out in front of him.
if you don't mind me asking, where were the Avengers taken?
Baldur's Gate. It was a entourage of guards and noblemen from Baldur's Gate that came here in their own airship, landed on the field outside the city, came in with a whole slew of them right at the crack of dawn. And some, well, they were same race as you actually. They're just a purplish kind of hue. She seemed all sorts of evil. I mean, just angry at everything. She took great pleasure in what she was doing.
I mean, if we could prove that he's part of the cult, would that alleviate any issue or no?
Prove it to who? You already got me convinced that he's a rotten son of a bitch, but
Well, is he the leader of Baldur's Gate? Is there someone higher up on the ladder than him? Or
let's see, he's not in charge of Baldur's Gate. Who is in charge? Society.
Society's in charge. No, I'm kidding.
Let's see.
we
He's
we live in a society.
we live in a society.
We're all
Grand
in
Duke
charge.
Valorkin kind of oversees everything. I think he's in one of the lower echelons of the council, but he's not a member of the Council of 4. He's just He's a man in the right place to exert just enough political pressure to cause problems like this.
Okay. And which guild branch is under siege?
Baldur's Gate.
Hmm.
What are they under siege by?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's an automated alert that goes out. Apparently, something about the magic circle being broken. The interior defenses were activated, and somebody's causing all sorts of ruckus. But that's all we've got. It'll happen if enemies of ours, the people that y'all have a tendency to upset, kind of make it past our defensive wards, that'll trigger it. Usually goes off when administration die or things like the teleportation circle are broken.
You sure you don't want to send the rest of us to just burn down Baldur's Gate?
Oh
I mean,
my god, he's
Can we
thinking like a wanderer.
can we just go scorched earth? Can you give us your blessing to scorched earth?
the problem isn't Baldur's Gate. I mean, if we could just burn Baldur's Gate to the ground and have no repercussions, fine. But as agents of this city, if we act against it, we risk drawing the ire not onto ourselves, but to the city itself. And Lord Brahm has pretty clearly guaranteed me that if we do such a thing, he will throw us to the wolves to protect the city. And I will go willingly because I would rather this break than the city fall, but I don't want either to happen.
Okay, so it'd have to be a stealth mission.
Discreet, yeah. But I don't quite think that in a reactionary type setting, Rose and Eodos would be able to not cause a ruckus,
Hmm.
at least not without.
So
Kind of like
after,
leans forward. If Ken were here, Ken would probably be able to keep them under control.
so we are planning, from what I understand, getting Ken back first. So maybe we get him back, then you talk with Ken and he can help. I'm just the intern. I don't know what.
I know, and y'all,
I'm gonna hold out a hand, like, oh yeah. I also don't think we've
y'all,
met yet.
y'all. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate being able to kind of spill this because, like, Hendier knows what's up, but he can't help, and being able to tell somebody on the outside who wasn't here all that's going on has been good for the soul and kind of helped me get it in straight in my mind, but I still got so little information as to what's actually happening. I don't want to deter you from your plans, but
I understand, sir, and I appreciate you being so open with us, being so new and all. But
hey,
yes, nobody is right. We are making plans to go retrieve Ken, and I guess depending on what he says, we'll make for Baldur's Gate to assist in any way we can.
all right. Did y'all want me to rustle up some horses for you, just in case?
I think people are gonna be busy until the end of today at least. Hopefully, and just attempt the dragon thing
Yes,
and then go from there.
I will send the my contact a message and see if they can't help any.
Also, what do you want us to tell Rose and Eodos? Like, oh yeah, the airship, it's
Why do you think I
gone.
Gone.
haven't wanted to talk to them since they got back? I'm so glad that Rose just blew right past and went into the city. I thought they were going to come in here and I was going to have to lie to their face and it was going to be a whole mess and immediately shit was going to go off the rails. I don't know. I really
Let's
don't.
well,
So
let's say that Emmeline and the Avengers went on a small mission to Baldur's Gate, and then the missive was sent out, and they haven't been any contact.
All right, so half truth?
Half truth.
I think I can live with that. Thank y'all. I'll let you know if I have any thoughts or ideas. We'll just see how the next few days unfold. I don't even think they've had a trial yet. They just came in here with a warrant for arrest, and then they were gonna hold them a trial in Boulder's Gate and get to the bottom of everything that happened. But I mean, with the work we did on the dragon, and unfortunately the man, it was a good looking. What are they called?
Headpiece.
No, it was a the piece of paper, the parchment that the title.
Ah,
The
It was
yeah.
a good looking title, but when compared to the real one, there were some pretty obvious discrepancies that a trained eye could see. Let me add.
Yeah, because Ken like put in the work to like draw up the design and like put up the like the
so he's
majority
just
of it,
mad
if
about
not
the
all the
airship.
money
I
for
know
the
Ken.
repairs and like refurbishing. So Ken's gonna be big mad when he finds out.
He was erring on your intelligence, but we'll see. Hey, it'll be fine. Anyway, yeah,
Oh, so yes, half truth.
half truths.
Nobody, you know, he asked us to keep this on the wraps, and then if Rose and Eidos happens to find out on their own, then that's well,
The way I see it, I don't know what's going on.
excellent.
Don't look at me, I'm clueless.
Yep, I'm just gonna pretend this is the first I've heard of it.
I'm just the intern.
I'm just the intern.
Okay.
Insurance changed a
Well,
lot in the last 20 years, I gotta fucking say. Anyway, y'all have a good one. I'm gonna smash my head against this metaphorical wall.
Mhm.
sir, and thank you for your time. And
Thank you
then
guys for
Tira's
the
gonna,
conversation.
yeah, Tira's gonna walk out.
All
I
right.
guess.
I will
See
follow.
you
So you're going to sending Odari Leocarnis?
yes.
Okay.
The message is basically going to boil down to, hey, so the human transportation is a no go. Is there anyone that could assist with transport? Because we need to get that quick.
Closest ally several days out, or closest large enough ally several days out. Can
Pretty much, yeah.
send if needed. But unfortunately, there's no one close enough to get here within, a day or so.
Okay, can they have us meet like on the way to the mountains?
Let's see, where are they right now?
Can they move to intercept?
The closest one would be in Aglarond at the moment. Actually, probably investigating the Isles now that they're no longer under the control of a Dracolich. It would shave maybe half a day off, but it would take you guys a day to get there, and then you'd probably have to wait there a day, and then they'd get there the next day.
Huh.
Because it's still pretty far. Dragons are fast, but it's
Nobody's
still
just
looking
about
like
fast.
700 miles. You're basically like going from Florida to New York.
Give
And
me a haste
unfortunately,
potion and I'll get there faster.
Just run with Arteria on your back.
yeah. Unfortunately, I'm still under oath, so I can't shapeshift back.
Is there any way to bend the oath?
No, this is an oath that I made with my deity. If I break that, then at lightest
Fair enough,
punishment.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? Kill you?
Can you
Magic.
ask him?
Actually,
if you want to roll a D100.
you know what?
Pray to Null.
You know what? Why not? Just for shits and giggles. Why not?
Just gotta roll up under a 12. Easy.
I'll just roll it open because fuck it. What's it? 1D100?
What do you want, a high or a low number?
I think it's
Cade
the
will
lower
determine
number.
that.
Yeah, you need to get a.
If your divine intervention, you need below at 12.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
You reach out and you feel the presence of Null in all things, that kind of shadow behind all light. but he does not reply to you this day. You know it's nothing personal, just the barrier between your world and
Busy.
his.
Yep. Well, worth a shot. But yikes. Yikes. Oh boy.
Horses.
Oh yikes. Oh geez.
Oh, jeez,
Alright.
Rick.
As you
Uh,
guys go ahead.
How long would it take horses to get us there?
Let's see.
We just invite. We just bring the horses into the mansion each night. Set up a stable room for them and have the maid us make sure they're fed and well kept.
Pushing the horses as hard as you can, running at full kilter, will probably kill one of the horses. And you just sort of, as you're thinking about this, you realize that that's probably why he was giving you two. But you could probably make it in day and a half, day maybe. Just you push the horses as hard as you can, and it depends on the swamps, how easily you can find a path through the swamps.
Well, that's something we're gonna have to discuss with the rest of the group.
How do you feel about horse murder?
I prefer not to murder the horses.
That's how you would like it, because a horse can travel at max speed about 55 miles an hour. You can only push them that hard so long without them needing to slow down, and then you can only do that for so long before they will literally just run themselves to death. And you can run another one alongside, and they can pretty much keep up with you without having to, be fatigued like that. But as soon as they're carrying a passenger, then you're once again dealing with the whole exhaustion to death thing.
I mean, if we took 2.5 days, would that prevent the horses from dying?
Yeah, you could probably push them just hard enough to keep them from dying and get there in 2.5 days.
Alright, we'll have to speak with the rest of the group to figure out what their plan is. But
Well, then we will go ahead and move to dinner time that night. Rose, your final day is finally ended. You
Dawn
hear
and
it,
final day.
and there, the last arcane stitch is in, and it is glorious, my dear. Here, let me get you a mirror. Hold on one second. She gets out one of those magic wands and waves it over your back to heal it and lock in the
Oh
tattoo.
my god, ow.
Yes, I know. I feel it as well. I'm going to sleep for 2 days and then drink for another 4, but look at it. And she's going to kind of sit you up against it's like a threefold mirror that shows your back, and then you can kind of look at it from the different directions. And as you look at it, this solid kind of blend of the 5 chromatic colors. You had it. Go ahead and describe what it looks like as it's completed. It was like an angel wing, right?
Yeah, it's like a pair of angel wings, and then filled in like from the feathered tips into the center. It's just like all 5 of the chromatic colors.
In the black, white, green,
Yeah.
blue, red. They bleed and blend into each other. The previous ones kind of sat against each other a little bit distinctly, where there were definitive lines. These blend like the borders of a rainbow. There's a bit of like fuzziness between all the colors that as she locks in this magic, they all just sort of bleed into this one beautifully colored set of wings on your back that just shimmer and glow with this kind of multi-chromatic light. It's kind of like being God, what would it's almost like looking into like an acid trip type thing. It's just like this light ever shifting color.
Psychedelic.
Yeah, it's very psychedelic. It's washing over, and there's a lot of like movement. The feathers themselves don't move, but the colors kind of undulate and look like they're just almost breathing.
Holographic.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, dear, you're going to need to think of another project for me to work on
Oh.
because you have put my child through college. That's metaphorically speaking. I don't have children.
Holy crap.
I wouldn't be able to be here for 30 hours straight if I had children, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But you have definitely made sure that I can drink for the next month or 12 years.
I was gonna say, I hope that lasts more than a month. Please don't drink that much.
I guess it depends on whether you join me or not.
I mean, obviously. Right
Not
now?
tonight, though. No.
Mm.
You are lovely, dear, but frankly, I need a shower. You're starting to smell, and I really need some me
Yeah.
time, if you know what I mean.
Fine. But if you change your mind, they just like give her a wink.
Next time you're in town, I will take you up on the offer. I promise.
Alright. Just reach up and stretch and ow.
It all hurts.
All of my
It's
bones.
all very sore.
Yeah. What day is it? What time is it? Where are we?
Let's see. Today it is the 29th. It has been a day since you arrived here. And it is about dinner time. I believe the rest of the shop just finished closing up for dinner. We don't have any
Alright.
special projects this evening, so
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know whenever we get back to town.
very good.
I'm not sure what we're doing right now.
Well, I mean, you kind of filled me in on a lot of it. It sounds like you've got
Most of it.
a lot to do, so I trust you will make the use of the tools at your disposal. And you heading back? Oh, go ahead.
No, they just like sigh and just ow. Yep. Worth
Listen,
it.
I hear you. My hand cramped about 10 hours ago and hasn't stopped.
That'll be fine, I'm sure. Alright. Okay, bye. I don't know where the rest of my party is, but I'm sure they're back at the guild.
All right. You head back to the guild hall?
Mhm.
Okay. Around the same time, Eodos and Aerith, you finally finish putting the final bits of the ancient white dragon scales into Hadrian's former armor, kind of augmenting this naturally enhanced metal and leather with the draconic parts. You look down at it. You're both exhausted and sweaty, and you are covered. Actually, no, you're probably Aerith is probably clean because you probably used prestidigitation multiple times to keep yourself clean. Eodos, you have a healthy level of viscera and goop on you. Arodi is just always covered in it. She's just got this big, like, heavy canvas apron that just keeps getting slopped on, and she just like wipes it off. And it's nasty work, skinning and tanning and drying, especially magically, so that it can be done quickly. But at the end of this second day here in Erebor, you both have at least procured some enhancements, some extra abilities going.
Hell yeah. We can work on the rest later on.
Yep.
We just mainly needed to get our boy hooked up, so that's good. Eidos has like a really solid look, like a happy look on his face. Is just there's something great about working with the stuff you took with your own two hands.
Say, there's something great about working with the stuff that you took with your own two hands. This is I did some crazy shit back in my day. I may have even fought a dragon or two, but nothing. She holds up like one of the white dragon scales that wasn't really good enough to use, but still is very beautiful. Nothing like this. This is just incredible. This creature lived for over 1,000 years, and you were able to bring it low. Absolutely amazing.
And now you're wearing it.
And now we found a way to facilitate it to aid you. This is what I live for.
Well, thank you so much for your help. And I'm just like slowly cleaning Eidos off.
I'm sure
layer by layer.
You'll get used to it sooner or later. and the smell of the tannins and the various sealants that we used will fade over the next day. It'll be a little off today, so you might want to just let the armor air out, but you technically can use it.
All right then.
Okay. Well, to bring the party together, you all find yourselves gathering back at your barracks as you have each gathered food in your individual pairs. Nobody in Arturia gathering theirs, and I'm just going to bring Arturia to the barracks just so that everyone can talk together.
You don't have the choice. Welcome to the barracks.
You can leave later, but welcome to the barracks. You all gather up and have a warm plate of or warm bowl of stew with a half a heel of nice fresh bread from one of the new ovens that isn't yet installed but is working.
Just out in the hallway.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like sitting. It's under the most roofed section, but where that is was actually like where the privies are eventually going to go. So it's kind of just sort of sitting there waiting for it to be moved. That's nice. Is that Aerith's new look?
Look,
That's Aerith's new
you're all
look.
colorful again.
Heck yeah. I dig it.
Also, like, just imagine the two bangles from the Bahamut artifact. Just because I did this drawing before getting the item. So
Been waiting to get out of your mom's clothes for a while.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Aerith is once again resplendent in his multicolored peacockery.
I gotta show off. What are you talking about?
I know. I mean, it was not intended to be any sort of jibe or insult. Just a statement of fact.
Yeah, our whole squad is just so drastically different from one another aesthetically. I bet we can't go anywhere without worrying and like putting people in all at the same time, huh?
You go to
Hell
a
yeah.
lot of the same places, and fortunately, those people have reacted and kind of gotten used to it. But when you go to new places, there's definitely a okay. The only one that didn't seem bothered or confused by it at all was the old elf in Lintier. He didn't phase him at all. You were all very strange looking, and he was just sort of talking to each of you because that's how he was. But most of the elves around the city didn't really talk to you guys. They'd kind of like keep back and like, a tiefling or humans. Actually, there isn't really a human. Well, there is one human, and Rose looks relatively humanish.
Yeah.
But they'd probably think Rose is human compared to elf. But
Yeah.
either way, you have gathered together, your upgrades procured, your items ready. It is 8 o'clock on the 29th. What would you guys like to do? The full moon, it's actually a full moon tonight. You can kind of see it kind of shining through the window of your barracks room, this kind of pale moonlight illuminating the room a little bit over the candlelight that you're flickering in the various sconces on the wall.
Well, first thing, semi-important order of business, not super important. I mean, it's relatively important because our boy Robert's out there crucifying people. Just as a heads up, and
He's doing what now?
the Raven Queen was pretty serious this time in that hey, he needs to not be doing this. He was full on crucifying. I mean,
What?
massive wooden cross lining roads, and
Why?
on the one hand, like okay, cool. If he's
What?
focusing
No.
on like murderers, the problem is some of those people look like they were probably just thieves, and they were being crucified. And I'm not advocating for thievery, but I mean I kind of am because we thieve a lot of stuff in
Right?
our own right. But like I don't know if crucifying someone over taking like a gold is necessarily the
That
right
seems
move.
drastic.
Yeah, and it almost seemed ritualistic, and she was
Oh, damn it.
pretty serious about him needing to be stopped. So we definitely got to deal with Ascalon, but we might need to go reconvene with our boy Robert and actually put down an ultimatum here because like I said, she seemed pretty serious, and I don't know if you know much about her. She's not really into the whole interaction. side of things. She's kind of hands off for the most part. So the fact that she's willing to put her foot down means shit's real bad. So let's keep that in our mind, just as a heads up.
Great.
I also have
I
information
just
to share with everyone.
Hmm.
So I spoke with the guildmaster earlier. He stated that the Avengers took the airship for a mission to Baldur's Gate, and
Heard the
unfortunately,
boop. Sorry, go ahead.
and unfortunately, uh, probably a day or so after they departed, there was a missive sent out to all the guild branches that Baldur's Gate is under siege.
seems also not great.
Yeah, but that would also track when me and Aerith went to get our stuff. We kind of noticed that the ship wasn't where it should be. So
Yeah.
okay, that's a lot better than where my mind went.
Yeah.
So that's good, at least.
Did
So
he
then,
say what their mission was?
yeah.
Where'd they go?
I think it was just securing some special supplies, I think. But anyway, that leaves us without a ship to travel directly to Ascalon's lair. I've reached out to my mother to see if she could possibly assist with transportation, but the closest ally is not close enough to get us there, and then in a quicker travel time. So the guildmaster offered horses to assist. I could try to reach out to my mother again to see if they can have their ally meet us during the travel to cut some of the time off. I want to, share it with you to get your input on it.
I mean, guess it.
I mean, like, when you talk to her, is there any news on Ascalon? Like, is the time frame moved up? Because
Uh,
currently, I know we're kind of in a hurry, but it doesn't seem like we're in a major hurry. So I don't.
she said there hasn't been any movement from him directly, but there has been reports of a egg-shaped energy construct encircling the top section of the mountain where the layer is. So
Do you think he needs to like hatch? Is that a thing that you do?
It's not going to
mm,
become bigger, is
again,
It's just
I'm not
layer in the egg.
Ascalon
What's
is
the
not out.
incubation period of a dragon?
Funny, but I don't. This is something new, like Lady Tasmakella explained at the mountain. Ascalon is an outlier. We don't know what he's capable of, so this
Okay.
is a definite sign of something happening. So if you're still wanting to get your friend back, I believe now would be the time.
Yeah. I mean, when did Hadrian say when the Avengers left? I could send him a message, ask him if they can turn back, if it's nothing too like important, if it's just a mission to get supplies.
I mean, did they end up going to check out that distress missive that you got? Did they get
Uh,
rerouted there? Is that why they're?
Quite possibly.
So we need to put that into our list too. Then
Yes.
we got to go check that. All right. So then, as of now, it seems like the order of operations is deal with Ascalon, go check out that, and if we run into Robert along the way, stop him. And if we
Deal
don't,
with
deal
him.
with that, and then get Robert.
Quite the plan. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, did your goddess whatever whoever your person is, Eidos, I'm still kind of confused, but did she say how long she was willing to wait?
No,
Is it like a right
there,
now?
there was definitely a sense of urgency.
But like a couple days leeway urgency?
Probably more in a sense like what he's doing's not right, and it's probably
Yes.
got like longer reaching implications than it
It's
seems. There
not
wasn't a
great.
time frame so much as I'm pretty sure I mentioned to you guys before that whenever we had that first little intervention with Robert, she was kind of talking
Iffy.
about needing to get him off of that path or stop him. And we
Yeah.
tried
Seems a
to
little
talk to him, but then he vanished. You know, he
late
dipped that
now.
night. Yeah. So I don't think we have the ability. I mean, we could try to like speak to him before we do anything, but that what I saw seemed like it might be too late for that, and I don't know if he's being told to do it, if he's doing it of his own accord, if there's anything beyond, he's just trying to send a message and being like weird and extreme about it. But she was pretty
Sounds
clear
like
about,
Robert.
yeah, she was pretty clear about stopping it. So at the very least, we need to stop it.
All right.
So are we taking the horses and leaving tomorrow morning for Ascalon?
I guess, like I said, I can ask them if they can turn around if they're still within a day, half a day's journey.
I mean, they're in Baldur's Gate, so it's going to take them a while. So the sooner we can leave, the better.
I mean, if Ascalon needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, then we definitely have to.
Now, out of character, did you mention that the magic circle was fucked up?
Oh, I did not.
Are you
Yeah.
going to?
Information.
Okay. Because I was gonna say like Eidos would offer we could just teleport up there to check it out, but the second you say that, it's like, oh, that's a problem.
Seems it, and Hadrian didn't seem worried about this at all. How often do the
Especially,
guilds go rogue? Not rogue, but like how you said they were under attack?
That's what the missive has stated.
Should I
Yeah,
talk to him?
I'm not sure if he's even not sure if he's still in his office still. It seemed like he was under a lot of stress. I'm assuming it's due to repairs or some other miscellaneous things going on. So
Right. Well, we have a decent plan. You said we could talk to him about. Let me just talk. I'll talk to him about getting horses. See what's going on. Where do I get a bottle of alcohol? I'm sure that'll help. And Rose will kind of just get up and like, still kind of wincing and stiff, and see if they can find where to find like a bottle of something in the guild hall.
I mean that, because normally in cafeteria,
Right.
uh,
To find
yeah,
somebody who's still around.
talking to Hendir can point you towards where the current stores are. There aren't a lot of things, but he can get you, either
Something nice.
a nice, like dark spirit, like kind of like a whiskey.
All right. Is Hadrian still up?
I believe so. I think he's in there still.
Right. Cheers. No, they'll just like tip the bottle to him and turn around and head to the office.
Okay. You head in, and Hadrian is actually asleep. He's kind of like face down on the table. There's a little puddle of drool as you open the door and look in and start saying his name. You kind of, hey, and you stop yourself because you realize he's asleep.
Huh. They'll just head to their regular like spot and put the bottle down and kind of put their feet up on his desk.
Okay.
And then just like they'll kind of just like shove it a little bit with their feet to try to wake him.
Hmm.
Roll me, give me a just d20.
Nice.
You kick it, and you hear no.
Oh.
He's pretty fast asleep.
They'll just pour themselves like a glass with whatever they can find in his office and settle back down and give him like an hour tops.
Okay. You find another glass because there's actually one on his table that has been tipped over. Nothing spilled out of it, but it's been used. You kind of sniff it and you're like, no, I don't want to use that. Find a clean one. Sit
Just
down.
rummage through his office.
Yeah, he rustles a few times, but he seems just dead to the world out. Um, give it an hour. He doesn't really stir. Did you want to like try anything to wake him up again, or
Let's see. What wouldn't be too mean? Gonna cast sending to him. See if that goes through.
okay?
I don't know. Like I don't know if it goes through when people are asleep or not, but it's woken people up before.
Okay, what do you say?
Just hey, Adrian.
He kind of like
I guess I don't even have to send, not message or sending, but message.
you're
I
just gonna
guess
message
I don't
him.
even know.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. He
I don't
hears,
know if that.
and he'll wake up and kind of shuffle shake his head around a little bit and kind of rub his mustache, beard, and get the spittle off his face. What? What? Where? What?
They just they just raise one eyebrow at him, like from and under the glass rim as they take another sip. Just if you're that tired, you really should go to bed.
Oh, I didn't mean to
Can't
fall
imagine.
asleep at my desk.
Yeah, I can't imagine
God,
this is very comfortable.
no. I mean, I've done it plenty of times. What's going on, Rose? He kind of like rubs his eyes, just his forehead.
What is going on? Arturia said that the Avengers are out on a mission. Baldur's Gate Guildhall is under attack, or some sort of message went through. She didn't seem to think you were particularly interested in that, which seems weird.
Honestly, why I fell asleep at my desk trying to figure out what we can do or what we can help with. I don't quite know what's going on. All I know is I got this, and he'll hand you just like an official looking piece of paper that just says, like alert to all Guardians of the Sword Coast guild halls, uh, you know, infiltration detected at Baldur's Gate Guild branch, teleportation circle destroyed, connection to other guilds currently not available, current or investigating situation, and we'll report, further.
I mean,
That's what
seems pretty serious.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't normally get sent out unless it's serious, but I don't know what all. It's more of an alert just for us to know not to try to, work with them. we all had to be relatively independent. That's why, personally, I don't really like the woman they've had running the guild hall. I don't think Jaeger could do a much better job, but she's kind of, I don't think she's the right cut for the job. She doesn't really care about the people. She cares about the profit, and it just doesn't really sit with me. But anyway, it's up to her to figure out that problem. I'm just trying to see how we can help and weighing all the options. I got reports of folk being nailed to wood out north of here, east of here, west of here, literally all the roads outside of it's like centered around
Yeah.
Erebor. So
Rose
I got
kind
a
of like
lot I'm just dealing with, Rose.
with
But I
one
know
foot
y'all do too,
nudges.
so I don't want to burden you.
Oh, it's fine. They like nudge with their foot towards his like glass and push the bottle over to him.
Oh, yeah, that'll help. Thanks. Get my mind working again. He'll basically fill the glass with the whiskey. Then just start sipping it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also something that's our problem because I'll give you 3 guesses who might be doing that.
Well, if you're saying it's your problem, I can only imagine there's one person that fits that bill. The scary skeleton man y'all were running with for a while.
Mm.
Why? I've been wondering from the
You
beginning.
know,
Like at the beginning, I thought I sensed maybe something in there. The man that he used to be, I don't quite know, but he kind of looks down. These reports make a lot more sense when you add him into the picture, don't you? Don't it?
yeah. All I really know is he made some sort of deal that with some sort of creature, and we didn't really see eye to eye on that. Eidos seems to think that that has something to do with this.
I can't quite speak to that out here. Hold on. Here, right here. And he's going to pull out a report. There's a report from one of Lord Brom's scouts. All right. Lord Brom sent it out to the various guilds here in the city in case anyone had information about what might be happening. And he'll basically describe to you what Iedo saw in his dream. The roads north of Erebor, about half a mile out of the city, you start to just run into people crucified on the side of the road. And it's about every 100 feet or so. Traveled almost all the way up to El Terrell and came back, and it was a lot
How,
of people.
how many?
His count, 47
A
so
lot of people.
far. That was
So
4
far.
days ago, 3 days ago. Nah, he's trying to like do math in his head. He's like, God, it's been such a week. 3 days ago was when he reported. Went maybe, I guess at that point, went about a mile north of the city. We've got reports of them showing up east and west as well, out of the southern road and out towards Greenest, but not nearly as much. Seems the northern road's been the main focus right now.
And I'm sure he hasn't stopped. Seeing as he doesn't even need to sleep.
Oh, he doesn't need to sleep. Well, that is,
Yeah.
comforting to know.
Right?
Fortunately, no reports on anyone surviving encounters with him. We still weren't even 100% sure, but it does track. It fits. Seems whoever he sets upon, either they end up on those stakes or they end up in the ground or somewhere else, but they don't ever come back here.
It is a mess, isn't it?
Well, the worst part is probably that Ascalon is probably going to be like, "Hey, good work out there, champ. You're doing great," because he's doing exactly what Ascalon would also be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Right.
probably need to deal with this before they interact.
Oh boy.
Good job.
That's kind of Robert was actually completely fine with just leaving Ascalon do his thing.
Yeah.
Like he liked Ken. Don't get me wrong. He's like Ken's a good guy, but Ascalon he can put in some work.
Sounds great.
He could do it. Anyway, thanks for the drink. I'm gonna take this glass to my temporary barracks quarters, and I'm gonna try to get myself an actual night's sleep, Rose. I think you look like you need to do the same. Honestly, you look and smell like you've been up for like 2 days.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So,
Just getting some stuff done before we leave again.
well, let me know when y'all do take off. I got those horses ready, just sitting in the
Yeah.
stables, waiting
I,
for you.
I was gonna ask, how important is the things that you sent the Avengers on? Can you call them back?
Roll me an insight check.
Nat 20.
At disadvantage,
Now
because you are
what?
exhausted.
Aww.
Okay,
A
so it's
10.
10. All right. Give me a second.
You had to
You're
get that
also
in
probably
real quick because you couldn't
Yeah.
miss that nat 20.
yeah. They're also probably a little bit drunk
He,
at this point,
he
but
kind of like blinks. Oh, right. No, unfortunately, they can't really get back in time to help you all. They left a few days ago. Have
shit.
them doing reconnaissance on that Vogue character. They were gonna park the airship outside the city and infiltrate with Halan's help.
Baldur's Gate though, so they could go and figure out what's going on at the guild hall.
Potentially, but I don't know if I want her that close to it because if it's dangerous, I kind of want to let just I don't even remember if I gave that guild leader a name, but her, just let her deal with it. It's her problem, it's her guild hall. I just want to keep mine safe. I can only worry about one.
All right. Yeah, go sleep in a real bed.
Yep. That's a great idea. I think I will.
Um,
I will do just that. And he's gonna grab the glass and he's gonna wait. That's my bottle. What's you're doing? Give me that. He's gonna take it from you and he'll
oh,
top your glass off first, and then he'll go.
okay.
Anybody
Yeah.
else want to do anything this evening?
Can I attempt? Wait, how many have I? No, I
Yeah,
already
you
attempted
you already
finding
attempted
drinking
today.
already. Yeah, okay. So I'll try again tomorrow.
Sounds good. Anything else anyone wants to do?
Are we leaving in the morning then? On horseback?
I think so. We still have to decide what exactly we're doing first.
Which
Because
fire are
everything
you going to
seems
try to
kind of
extinguish first?
right.
I'm pretty
Everything seems
sure we're
kind of
going
pressing.
Ascalon.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
I think
sure
so, yeah.
Ascalon is the main thing. Now, once
Yeah.
we do that, it's going to be kind of hard to decide. Do we go back up and figure out what's going on at Baldur's Gate, or do we go deal with Robert? Because both of those are pretty serious.
Who knows?
Let's just deal with one thing at a time.
Right. We'll figure it out. I guess take horses. Are we just gonna take them a little slower, not murder the horses?
Let's try not to murder the horses.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can continue to message my mother to see if they can get their contact to meet us. Halfway at the least.
When we have to wait for your contact to get there.
Possibly. That's why. I can try to message her in the morning to ask her, and then we'll get an ETA from her.
Fair enough.
All right. So is everybody staying in the barracks, or are you going back to your apartment, Arturi, or are you putting up
Uh,
the manor? What do you guys want to do?
I'll stay. I'll stay here. I'd rather, just be here, so he'll cut down on prep time.
You guys staying in the hall, or are you going to bring up Nimmer's mansion?
Or whoever,
Doesn't
whatever.
really offer
Good,
any
but
mechanical difference. It's just
No.
whatever's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just stay in the barracks, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. You
We
each.
haven't done that in a while.
Yeah. Return to your own bunks. A couple of you have to. Well, one of you.
Cool.
No, I think you all have pretty much established your own.
Yeah. While I'm thinking about it, Arturia's gonna look over to the desk
Mm-hmm.
and see all of Ken's notes and notepad.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna take it.
She's gonna take all his notes in Notepad.
Yep.
Okay, you can add. I imagine Ken has some sort of like binder, and it's probably like a piece of high quality leather that he can use to secure loose papers and things into it, and then wraps it with like a nice string so you can keep everything nice and bound together. Um, and you
I'll
bundle
mark
that all
Ken's
workbook journals.
binder. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ken's binder.
Cool. All right. It had started to kind of acquire a little bit of dust because it had been sitting there, but it didn't look like anybody had messed with it or touched it at all. Just sort of left it. Okay. All right. Well, you each head to your own individual beds. The night goes on. You sleep and rest, and you all actually get a long rest with nobody knocking at your mental doors.
Whoa!
Oh my
Nice.
god.
We're
However,
gonna die, guys.
Yeah, we are.
however, you are all awoken by a very strange feeling as you hear one of the bowls plates from the night before clattering on a table nearby. You kind of hear this intrusive sound and you wake up and you put your feet on the ground. And as each of you do, you can all feel the earth beneath your feet trembling.
Oh no.
Like just very light, just like a vibration. It's about 6:30. Actually, no. It's actually probably about 9:30 because I think that's when. Yeah. You look at each other, kind of question like, is everybody feeling that? You get a lot of like nods of like, yeah, and
I know.
question and concern. Anybody doing anything in this moment? You have about a moment to act.
Putting
Let
on my stuff.
I'm gonna, not run, but like power walk downstairs to see what's
Okay.
going on.
All right. Well, you are on the first floor, but you can head down towards the main hall. So as you guys realize this, Aerith, you get up and head towards your equipment to start getting that ready. Arturia is going to stand up and head towards the door. Where's everybody else? What's everyone else doing?
I'm gonna follow Artoria.
All right. Nobody falls in line. The earth kind of just trembling gently almost beneath your feet. Just like this constant low-key vibration. Rose and Eidos, what are you two doing? Rose, you're probably roll me a perception check, Rose, because you drank last night and
Yep. Was very tired. Perception.
okay. You are awake with everybody else. You're bleary-eyed and you're kind of like, whoa, why is the world moving? What are you and
I'm
what are
supposed
you
to do
doing?
that anymore. Just get up and, or at least like sit up in bed and like look over at Eidos. Just like, what the fuck?
What's Eidos doing?
Eidos is doing the same thing Eric is and making sure he's got his gear on because the last time something like this happened, it was
Somebody
not good news. So he's just gearing up real quick.
Okay. As Arturia heads towards the doorway, like quickly power walking, you grab the door handle and start heading into the door. Arturia, basically everyone except for Rose, give me a dexterity saving throw as all of you stood up to get to your gear. As you are taking in this situation, the earth trembling gently beneath your feet.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
God.
Everybody's fucking ready.
Yeah, dude, we were expecting. We woke up and we had a good night's sleep. That can't
Yep.
happen.
You
Well,
feel
can't have that.
Most dexterous person rolled the lowest.
You hear the
job.
clattering of the plate in the distance or in the distance back on the end table where it was left. And then it kind of stops and then clang, clang, clang. And as it hits the ground, it feels like somebody picked up the building and just shook it around. The entire earth trembles beneath your feet. You feel and hear the wood cracking in the foundations around you, the boards,
Shit.
the whole building shakes. You each grab onto something and brace for it. Arturia, you kind of pin yourself in the doorway to keep yourself safe at the most structurally safe part of a building during an earthquake as a massive magnitude earthquake echoes across
I
the
just
ground
warned that
beneath you.
shopkeeper about earthquakes.
Nobody,
Rose,
you
I was
do
about
you
to say,
do
weren't
kind of
you just talking about earthquakes earlier?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I warned that shopkeeper about earthquakes in his potion bottles.
nobody, you do get knocked back. You stagger back and land back on your bed, the earth beneath you trembling. And then after about 30 seconds of this rough, intensive shaking in which none of you are even risking moving for fear that you'll just be thrown aside, it finally stops. Just like
What just happened?
The
Was that
send
just
ascending
a
to Hadrian.
was that just a normal earthquake, or did something happen?
Wait, Enos is just looking shocked. Like, did you really do that?
And you never know.
let's see.
He's just still getting his armor back on, getting everything ready, because obviously that's not a normal earthquake. Come on, dude.
No, it's just a normal run-of-the-mill earthquake.
Yeah,
I'm sure Iriabor's on a fault line.
it could be.
It's not good, whatever it is.
See.
Well,
Let's see. Okay. What are you guys doing in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake? Doesn't
I'm
seem
gonna.
like the building is collapsing. You do
that's
hear like
good.
shouts, not of cries of alarm, of fear, but just sort of like shouts of alarm, like, "Are you okay? Come on, let's get them out here." You got people like trying to help facilitate some places. Um, but
Arturia's gonna peek outside.
okay, give
He's
me a
gonna wave
perception check.
Rose over like, "Hey, give me a hand real quick. You don't wear armor.
Yeah.
I need a couple extra hands for these muscles."
Yep. They just run up and help you. I don't.
Okay.
Not the greatest at this. I don't really remember how to put this on, but I'll try.
It would just speed the process along, because I hope nothing's
Mhm.
bad's about to happen. But when you think that something bad almost always happens, you know.
Right. Nah, I'm sure
Arturia,
it's fine.
perception check. As you said, you were
Yep.
Arturia standing in the doorway, looks at all of you and darts to the nearest exit. You look out. From the sound of it, the whole city is in this kind of shocked alarm. It was middle hours of the morning. It was kind of like past breakfast. Everyone was getting to their day's work, and you can hear in the distance just these shouts and alarms going off, bells ringing, people shouting for aid. There are, as you look around, you can see some plumes of like dust in the distance where it looks like some things might have been toppled in the quake. Um, that's what you see. It just looks like a very bad earthquake just rippled through Erebor, which built on a cliffside face
Mhm.
is not something that happens here very often. Or else, the cliff would have turned into a hill.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What are the rest of you doing? Or Rose and Eodos are getting your armor on. That'll take about 2.5 minutes.
Mhm.
Aerith, your armor will be ready at about the same time.
Okay.
So nobody, what are you
I
doing?
would go back outside
Okay,
to
you roll me a
Ocelot.
perception as well. As you follow Arturia out and take a look around, you also see all of these signs of destruction and chaos. Trying to think. Let me look at a world map. You peer to the northeast, and in the morning light, it's cloudy. It's, early April, late March, late spring. It's crisp. You narrow your eyes, and as you look deep into the distance, it's kind of like seeing an airplane flying hundreds of miles away. But as you look at it, it's huge. It's just a tiny little blip. But as you try to conceptualize the distance between you and there, it has to be hundreds of miles. Beyond
Huh.
the mountain range that lies there, and it's in the air. It's like you can't see the mountains from where you are. The city, the walls, all of that, the hills, the terrain itself blocks the mountain view. You can kind of see some of the peaks of the southwestern corner of the mountain, but beyond those peaks, you can see something has risen up above it and is like silhouetted vaguely against the clouds.
Lovely. That's something big.
Eodos and Rose, you finish getting Eodos's scale mail on as Aerith finishes pulling the last buckle of Hadrian's former armor. It fits you very well, actually, and the work that you and Erodi did on it, it moves, it breathes, it flexes. You feel agile, and yet there is a good manner of defensive capability in this to deflect attacks. What are the three of you doing?
Rushing
Still smell
outside.
the
Okay. You
Yep.
rush outside just to see nobody. Or, go ahead, Eidos.
I know. I was just saying, yep, that's the same here. He's just gonna head on out with them.
All three of you guys roll me a perception check as well. I just want to see.
beat 25.
Right.
Nope.
I'm sure.
Oh, Rose.
You guys head
Oh,
out,
jack shit.
kind of just like anticipating battle. The two casters among you who can summon your weapons probably haven't drawn at your side, ready to fight off whatever it is. You see Arturia looking around intently, kind of listening to the sounds of the chaos in the distance, and you can hear it as well, this kind of like low din of panic. Nobody is staring intently towards the sky.
Guys,
What?
by the way, is that from the direction that Ascalon was?
You point in the direction that he is.
Yep. Like
You all turn.
That
Let me
where
go
Ascalon
ahead and I'm just gonna, just so that you can see where you guys are in Iriabor. He is pointing this way, like just barely north by northeast. And as you look and kind of like focus your eyes against this very bright white clouds that are just hanging gently in the sky, see it, this tiny little thing. It looks almost like a diamond. Like it's kind of that shape, except it's upside down. And it's just sort of hanging there. This shadowed splotch against the clouds that you would think could actually be a piece of the clouds, but it's not moving with the clouds. It's just sort of hanging.
That's it.
where Ascalon came from, or is that general area?
Mm.
Because from my eyes, that looks like a big fucking dragon.
I don't even see anything. Is it an airship? Is it our airship?
Yeah, it's fucking massive, whatever it is.
So a big airship.
I can have feathers fly up just to like see what it is, kind of like get a little close.
Do you want to fly up?
Do I have like a size reference that I can give them about like how big it is?
Give me an intelligence check.
Is it getting closer?
Yes.
Gauge how far away it is.
My intelligence. My -1 intelligence.
Hell yeah.
It's far. Like it's too hard. It's beyond the mountain range. You know that much. Like, but it's so far away, but it's still visible. And that's in and of itself still a little.
There's no way he's done, right?
I don't think
I don't
so.
know, when did he
Like,
start?
not that long ago.
You think about it.
Dragons can't hatch that fast.
Eodos, Rose, You two were there. Roll me history checks real quick.
Oh boy.
Man, it's been crazy. Arturia, you also roll me a history check as well.
Very well.
Because you were there as well. No. I mean, you want to say it was like 5 or 6 days ago, maybe, but everything is kind of blurry.
That's not long enough.
Okay,
They told
well,
us we had a
whatever.
while.
It's still beyond the cliffside, well, the mountains, and you can see it. So however big that is.
Mom.
Mother?
Mom?
As you kind of like start casting the spell, you feel in your mind and you hear her voice, and it is different than you've ever heard it. It is panicked.
Oh no,
Oh no.
guy. He's done. He's moving.
Fuck.
Really?
Yeah,
Shit.
if he's coming here, that saves us on the horses, I guess.
You're the only one who can really see whatever the fuck that is. Can you tell which way it's moving?
Roll me a
Great.
perception check.
Yeah, that's good. I'm good at those.
Okay, 26. It's not bad. You're peering at it. It's kind of hard to tell. The clouds are moving behind it, but it looks like it's either staying still or moving west. But it looks more like it's staying still right now.
I'm gonna have Feathers fly and see if he can get close.
Okay. You send him out. It is, let's see, how far is it? It's about 100 miles to the mountain range there. How fly?
If we
don't
wait
think-
like 30 minutes, I'll be able to give you a better idea if I think he's moving.
Yeah, I mean, if you wait long enough, you'd probably be able to suss it out.
We could ask Hadrian if he has any binoculars.
Telescope.
Yeah.
Spyglass.
Got
They
a
exist.
telescope.
Yeah, ask him if he's got a spyglass then.
Alright. Rose, just run back into the building. Go try to find Hadrian.
Duct tape one to my bow so I get even more
He's-
range.
As you run in, you roll me an investigation check to find him. As you kind of like run towards the front counter where you know he would be. He's not there. Chad's not there.
Oh. Goddamn.
Yeah, it takes you about half an hour to find him. He ended up heading to not the construction like you thought, but another weaker part of the western wing that he was afraid could have taken structural damage during the quake. And he's
Oh
kind
my
of like,
god. I'm sorry, out of character. I just thought of something. The children.
Not the children.
Not the children.
I mean, Ken's the only one who really would check on them, probably.
Yeah, I know, but like I just thought about that out of character.
all right,
I'm sure it's
it
fine.
doesn't look like it got any more damage than it already was. So small miracles and all that. What's up, Rose?
Hey, so that was weird. How often do earthquakes happen here?
I've never had one happen
Like
here in my
never?
lifetime.
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay. What about weird flying things in the sky?
That does happen quite frequently. You guys have been party to one or four. Or you guys have come in on weird flying things. What do you mean?
Right. But like bigger than an airship. Or maybe. I'm not sure. Nobody said that there was something in the distance. You could kind of see it, but not really, and it was big. And I figured maybe if you had like something like a spyglass or a telescope or something to see.
I got a spyglass in my my office. If you want to grab it, one of the things I'd.
Yep. I mean, just hey, I mean, if you go outside or on the roof or something, and you look over like that way, and they kind of gesture loosely to the direction that nobody was looking at, just and let me know if you see anything. I'll be back. And they just like run off. Try to go get the spyglass from his office.
All right, I will. Good luck. It's not hard to find. He had it kind of just stashed in one of his desk drawers, and you're able to get it. It's one of those like collapsible ones that you can, put into a backpack.
Fancy.
But you bring it out to nobody who has found a way to kind of climb the outside of the building to get a higher vantage point. And as you come out with it, you can come down, grab it, and head back up. Roll me a perception check with advantage through the spyglass. Nobody, see what you can see
You see worse.
from a higher vantage point.
You see God.
You put the spyglass to your eye and you aim it towards it, and it doesn't magnify it a lot. It's very far away. It kinda, sorta, a little bit looks like the top of a mountain. Like the whole just top of a mountain was just plucked into the air. And as you watch it, it does seem to be moving west.
Wait, so like the mountain top was like removed?
Yes. It's like looking at the top third of a mountain, and the bottom of it is just sort of this rounded basin type thing. Like the whole bottom is just rounded and just sort of levitating through the air. This
Ah,
Exactly what we were worried he was gonna do.
okay. So he plans to drop a literal mountain somewhere. And you said it's heading straight west. It's not coming towards you, Yavor.
It doesn't look like it's coming at you. No, it's as you look at it, it's definitely moving, but it's so far away and so small that the tiniest like it could be moving really fast, and it's just the angle. It looks like it's heading west.
Oh, is he
Oh,
gonna?
that reaction was so perfect with your profile picture. The with the elbow in the fire.
Okay. I see a flying mountain. Is what I see.
Oh, beans.
Though, like a
What is
literal
that?
like mountain top has been removed and is now flying west.
Is there an egg-shaped thing around it?
The bottom of the mountain, the whole carved off part, does kind of look a little round egg shaped, like the butt of a mountain, but that the top, the egg probably went around the air on the top of it, so it didn't carve any of the mountain there.
Kind of.
Awesome. All right. You really don't love to hear it.
But I think I know what caused the earthquake now.
That?
The mountain being ripped apart by a demigod?
Yeah. I think that would do it.
Oh, man. Well, okay. It throws a wrench into the equation because not only did we think there was not a super, pressing time frame, how the fuck do we get up there now?
Did we ask him to politely set it down?
Sir, can you pull over? Can you park the mountain?
Sir, you've
I'm gonna
been
need
speeding.
you to go ahead and descend.
I mean, all right.
Boy.
That you said descend and it sounded like send. Could you just send him a message real quick and see if he would be willing to talk before he does whatever he's about to do?
Sure. What do you want me to say besides can we have a chat?
I mean, I know you kind of work on a budget with words. Maybe ask him if we both what he's about to do, and also can we talk?
All right, hold on.
Because if he's going west, there are multiple cities.
Targets.
Yeah,
Target.
and we are currently aware of the fact that Baldur's Gate is under siege. He might just go annihilate Baldur's Gate outright. Yeah.
I'm so glad we finally got to this. Oh my god.
12,
This is what
13, 14.
happens when you wait.
Ascalon!
Hey, just curious what you're about to do right now, and if we could maybe talk before you do that.
Can we come hang out in your floating lair?
Also, how do we get to the floating lair? Is there a valet service?
Can you set it down so we can hop on? Or
Carefully so that you don't destroy half the countryside?
yeah,
maybe he can
Dark.
Star Trek us in and just beam us up.
Well, okay. He still seems pretty big on the cleansing the corruption, and he said, sure, we can come over anytime and prove our worth and we can talk.
Can you send another sending and ask how we get there? Because from what we can see, he's flying now.
Before I send it real quick, do you think his answer is going to be prove your worth?
I kind of want to say
Almost
maybe
assuredly.
90%.
Yeah.
Would you like
Okay,
me to still send it?
Nah.
Yes.
Do we have a way to get into a flying fortress made out of a mountain that's been carved out of itself?
I don't even know if a teleport spell would even get us in there because it's moving.
Can we fly or can we teleport? That's the only
We
options
could-
I see.
Well, we have one teleport because we didn't have to use it last time, but I don't know if we have a way to fly. I've got.
Okay,
I mean,
here's the thing.
Mother
All
is
right.
probably up and
But-
throwing a fit right now, so maybe she'll actually help us.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Worth a
If
shot.
you didn't send that other sending, could you ask him if we are able to teleport into his whole thing right now?
Sure.
Because if we could just teleport up there, that would solve one of the problems. But then we have to prove our worth, which I assume is going to be get our shit kicked in by our friend turned dragon god.
And if we do, let's say he reverts back to Ken, it's not going to drop us out of the sky, is it?
That's less of a problem. Well, it's a problem for whoever is underneath. We'll get out.
Okay, I'll trust you on that.
The problem is if the thing is moving when we're talking to him, and if he goes back in, or if he just decides, "Hey, I've had it," and snaps his fingers and drops a mountain.
Well, someone's going
We
to have a
can't
nice
really.
view of a mountain at their doorstep. Let's just say
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing. We're not really going to be able to stop a mountain, I don't believe. But whoever's under it, hopefully,
It's not a city.
if it drops, hopefully it's somewhere that it's not a problem. Or if he sets it down. I don't know if he's going to set it down. Doesn't seem like he's intent on doing that. But
Okay, I'm just gonna say this because you've been doing it without whispers. If a sending response could grin, that's what
Oh
I
my
feel.
god.
This kind of almost like a child playing with a toy, coy smile in the back of your mind.
But
Of
what is that?
course,
Oh.
you can certainly try. And then as the chuckle kind of leaves your mind, you guys see Rose kind of snap back and their eyes close. And Rose, you get a vision of what looks like a stone building carved into the side of a mountain. There are terraces of like grassy plateaus out front of it, and big, beautiful, ornate stained glass windows in the front, and a large, like just wide open gate in the center of it. And then the vision ends.
Okay, that was nice of him. He gave you a mental image so you knew where to aim.
Hey, 23 persuasion. When things are 20 DC, then you don't even need to roll.
Do you think he'll just let us teleport in, or are we gonna get fried by his shield? Is there gonna be something there to annihilate us on entry?
No, actually, he seems to want us to come say hi. He just wants us to prove it. So I don't think he would out the bat incinerate us.
Okay, that's promising.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I need to. Is there anything else we can do to make this easier? Because it's still going to be. He gave me where we're going, but even that, just seeing it once, there's no guarantee.
Nope.
Let's see.
I think that's kind of how we operate most of the time, to be honest.
Do we
get
have
the slightest hint of something that can be done, and then we just dive on it.
Okay, hold on. Do we have anything still with us that was from that area, like Jax's lair area?
Well, yeah, he hit us a point right to his cloak. I got Jax's fucking sack. I got his lightning jewel, remember?
It might work.
Would something of Ken's work?
Yeah, we
Well,
got plenty of his stuff.
It needs to be an associated object, an object taken from the desired destination within the last 6 months, like a book or bed linen or a chunk of marble.
Oh, I don't have anything like that. No.
Yeah, I don't know if it would work with Jax's because he wasn't exactly from there. Well, he was, but he didn't always like.
I
When
mean,
you guys were there, that looked like a temporary lair that he had set up mostly just to fuck with you guys.
Right.
Moving forward, let's make a conscious effort to pick, like, it sounds like a joke, but genuinely, let's start picking up rocks everywhere we go. Yeah.
I mean, we have Ken's journals. We could. I don't know if we could use that.
Yeah, it's just it won't. I don't think it'll help me get to him because I have to teleport to the area, not to a person.
Gotcha. Think really hard on that image you got.
Yeah, I can do that. That gives me about a 50-50 shot.
Nah, you got this.
I mean, I'll definitely try and help, but
there's
I don't know what I can do.
There isn't even like a guarantee that this will work. I'm casting it from a scroll.
You guys could go about other ways to get up there. I just don't know what you want to try or what you could try. Or this was an option. It wasn't meant to be the only way to get there. It's just an option.
It's just the easiest, but it's also the hardest.
Yep.
Yeah. Contact your mom.
Can you put on the map where the thing is currently, just so we have an idea?
Sure. Let me see. Judging by what you guys have sussed out. Oh God, why is my map not moving? Let's see. Wish I just had a mountain. I'm just gonna draw.
I wish we just had a fucking airship, Kegram. You prick.
I know, he's so insensitive.
What a jerk.
Well, to be fair, he has a mountain heading his way, so.
I hope it drops on him.
I know.
That's probably where it's heading.
Probably estimated to be right about there right now.
Where? What am I looking at?
You see the
light blue.
Right.
You're gonna have to zoom out. It's on the far end of the mountain range.
Yeah, it's on the
Okay.
opposite end of the
Okay.
mountain
Oh, there it
range.
is. Okay.
Because Jax's lair, oh god, I can't actually grab it to move. Oh,
It
God.
was up here somewhere, right?
Yeah, it was like in this mountain here. It was on the north side of the swampland. And you would know it was like on this side of the mountain range, from where it was facing. But
Yeah,
he's in
I'm
that
just
little
gonna
poop right there.
Yeah, yep. I'm just send a alarmed mom message.
Ma'am,
Mother.
Hey,
help.
you get if that's all you send, you get reply. I am as concerned as you are, daughter. I have expressed my fears to Eleuthera. He is on the way. 2 to 3 days.
Oh no.
Maybe 2. Let's
Okay.
say 1 to 2, because she would probably express some haste, so he'd be rushing, but it's still going to take time.
How
Okay,
long? Like,
so
how fast is this thing? Like when nobody looked, does it look to be rapidly moving or just
Moving.
casually adjusting itself?
The distance that you guys are at and watching it for about an hour, it looks more like it's just casually adjusting itself. It has, in order to get to its target, it would need to go quite a while. But it's not moving. It's not moving like an airplane where you can kind of gauge its movement by watching it. You almost don't realize it's moving because the cloud's moving behind it and everything shift with it until you see something in the foreground that it's like, oh wait, why did it get behind that?
I'm
It's really not
gonna
quick at all.
look through Feather's eyes, see how close
Okay,
he
an
is.
hour out, he's still flying towards the close mountain range.
Good-ish news, everyone. Elder Eleuthera is inbound to provide transportation, but it's going to be between 1 to 2 days until he's here.
Okay.
Here or at the mountain?
Here.
Here.
I'm sure that won't cause any commotion, having a dragon land outside the gate.
Sure.
You know that Eleuthera is more
Uh,
discreet than that, Arturia.
Yeah.
Look,
I'm sure
I'm
he
not
won't
against.
come here, old dragon. He'll
Right.
be fine.
So I'm not against trying if we want to try to teleport.
I mean, I feel like we got to do something.
Yeah.
Let's try to
So I don't know.
teleport, and if it doesn't work, we get goofed up a little bit. Hopefully, not die, and then we can figure something else out. I don't know if we really want to wait 1 to 2 days, though.
Yeah.
Understood.
All right.
I'm good with that. Let's go.
I believe in you,
his
Rose. Don't
eyeglass
kill us.
bag.
Yeah,
Oh.
that'll be fine.
Can I? You know what? This is a perfect scenario to attempt this again.
Might as well. Divine
Yeah.
intervention is up for us.
Yeah.
Once a day.
Yeah. I'm just nope, 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 no.
And before you roll, you're asking for means to get there
Yes.
Okay.
With the quickness.
with the speed, all of the haste.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The power,
It's
it's so fickle. It's so hard to entreat a deity through that kind of barrier that they themselves constructed to help keep the world safe. These rare moments of intervention are reserved for the most dire times.
This is a really dire time.
Apparently not dire enough. Okay.
Okay, well,
Is
Rose, crank it up.
okay. Is reading a spell scroll, is that an ability check?
No, I think it's casting a spell.
Uh,
Let me see.
Okay, if the spell is on your class's spell list but higher
Yes,
level
you
than
do
you
make an
normally
ability
cast,
check to cast the spell with the
Okay.
scroll. Yeah.
does anyone have either enhance ability or guidance or something that of the like that helps me do better? Because I can't, unfortunately, bardic inspiration myself. I
I
really
can-
wish.
I think I got guidance, but I accidentally refreshed my character page. So hold up.
Or if there's
Please.
anything else that anyone can think of that does similar but better than a D4.
Hold up, my character
No.
page.
I got nothing to help with that. Yeah, unfortunately, most of my stuff are defensive or offensive spells, not really utility. Unfortunately,
Enhance ability is like a 4th level.
It's a second level,
No.
and pretty much any class can learn it.
I didn't pick it up.
No, I don't have it. I thought I did.
Okay.
Man, I can give you a drink of water, but that's about it.
yeah. I interest you in an egg in these trying times.
I mean, it's pretty good water.
Pretty damn good water.
You're not wrong. All right.
I mean, here's the thing. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we're going to El Terrell and then going to Baldur's Gate. We're taking that fucking airship back.
I guess I'm good with both options. So,
All
right. Just have to roll a charisma check, or
Charisma plus D4. Yeah, it's a charisma check plus D4, and you get to add your jack of all trades, so it should be like +7 plus D4.
okay, is that from the D4?
From guidance from Arturia.
Oh, did you say you did have that one, or you didn't?
I don't have it.
Oh, I thought you
Okay,
said you
that's what
didn't
I
have
thought.
enhanced ability. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Didn't have either.
All right then, charisma
All right,
check.
so just a charisma check. I gotta hit like a 17 or higher. That's fine. That's fine.
Jesus.
Attempt to. I think when you fail it,
It just burns the spell, I
Yeah.
think.
the spell.
Damn it.
Unfortunately.
Well-
Yeah. Unfortunately, fizzles out. You didn't have inspiration or anything like that. That's been sitting for a long time.
Nope.
It depends if you've given me one ever, because I
Yeah.
don't remember.
I mean, you've definitely had them before. I just don't know if you've used them. I've given them out. I just haven't in a while, but because
I
they
don't
don't get
think
used.
you've ever used yours.
You could say
Can I-
that I have one.
I will give you inspiration. Give it one more roll because it's
Okay.
still you still have to hit a 10 on the dice. That's still. Let's go ahead and give this advantage.
No.
Hey!
Oh my
Thanks,
god.
that's what I
As
need.
it starts to decay, no, and sheer force of will, this kind of this ability Rose has had since childhood, just push their intention on the universe. You hold the scroll from burning away, and instead manifest the magic. Roll me a d100.
All right.
I'm most like
Let's
as I see the scroll like burning and fizzling, and I'm just like no, just like reaching out my hands and magic.
Several thousand gold scroll.
It's like 12,000 gold, I think. It was.
We don't have enough of
big.
these.
All right, let's see if I can do any better on this, and if we're all fucked anyways. Because I love what off target says. It's
Right.
great.
It's really wonderful.
We'll be fine, guys.
We've been shredded before. It'll be okay.
Okay, I think
Okay.
that was just enough.
That was 4 higher than you needed to be on target.
Oh my god.
Aerith, as you reach forward, like, no, the scroll's burning, you see Rose kind of grit their teeth and their face furrows, and there's just this look of, no, don't you fucking dare. And then, shoo, pa, you feel the world kind of suck you into nothingness, and then once again, you are dropped on your feet. You land, instinctually open your eyes, look around. You are on a grassy plateau, and it is windy. you look behind you and you are just looking out over a massive swamp and mountains beneath you, probably about half a mile or so beneath you. You're floating up pretty damn near the clouds. Um,
Oh.
as you all
We're
look
on like
around,
land.
you turn around and see the site that Rose was given, this massive cathedral-like wall that goes up about 3 stories into the side of the mountain, and it looks like only the front part of the wall itself is poking out of the mountain. There are these large, ornate, beautiful stained glass windows just shining colored light into a room that you can't quite make out because of the distortions in the glass. The stonework here itself shimmers and tends to like ripple with platinum light, this ever present kind of shine through all the stone and metalwork on the walls. But you all have arrived on the opposite side of the teleportation
Huh.
outside of the Platinum Temple. And as you get onto this mountain, it feels like it's moving a lot faster than it looked. Like, this is faster than you traveled in the airship.
Uh-oh.
Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside!
And as you rush inside, I think that's what we're going to call it this week.
Aww.
Yeah. Because I don't want to give you guys a week to think about what's in this room. I kind of want you to go at it fresh.
You know.
And we've been at it for 4 hours, so it's a good breaking point.
Yeah.
You guys made it. Man, I was sitting there like, oh, do I advantage? I don't know if there's a good reason to give advantage. I really was hoping you would find one. I was like, maybe you have inspiration. And then as you was like, maybe I'll just give him inspiration.
Yeah, I don't think we've had inspiration since like the first
I will say this,
couple
given
months or
everything
so
that has
since we
happened,
played.
everybody go ahead and give yourselves inspiration.
Yay! Click.
And we will see how it goes. And
The only thing I had, all I was gonna be able to do was see if I could maybe, expend those fate render charges to give them advantage or something. That was the
Right.
what I could do.
right? Yeah, and you know what's really, really great is that off target by that long, it's 1d10 times 1d10 of...
percent of the distance that was traveled.
Okay, so
we
you
traveled like
would
a couple
be off
100-something miles.
And I don't have Featherfall prepared.
Yeah, right. Let me roll like 2d10. See how far off we would have been.
20. Oh, 10. Okay.
Well,
No, it's
3 times
21.
7.
21% off of a... Let's see, how far of a travel was
Couple
that?
100 miles.
It was more like 800 miles. That was the only reason that you could see it, because as you're standing on the side of this mountain now, you realize that this mountain is probably about 3,000 feet across. It is the literal top of a mountain that just rounds away. Like, you have cliff faces, and the plateau you're on continues and just sort of down into a gradual slope. He literally just took the top of the mountain. And as you stand here, this whole place is his lair. Like, you can feel that kind of ever-present energy. Arturia, you know that lairs don't move. They don't. Like, the magic that makes them happen, the magic that dragons, they kind of require it to be stationary in this concern.
Well,
So the platinum stuff. What element is it? Is it force? Like when Ken was using his breath? What?
A lot of it is, yeah. A lot of it is force. It's kind of a mix of force and radiant, in the same way that, like, trying to think of what was the flame strike is like fire and radiant, but it's more of just like pure magical essence, and then that godly touch alongside it.
So you said like 800 miles
Be off by
and
200. Yeah, I was gonna measure.
21%.
That was
So like 100.
Okay, it was a 500-mile jump. You were off by, you'd land 125 miles away from it, which would have been either at the base of the mountains near the swamp, somewhere near the river, in
Well,
the
it's just a random
mountains.
direction.
Yeah,
It could
up
have
in
been
the
straight up.
forest north of it, ahead of it, in the air next to it, because it was in the air it's
Yep.
about a mile up in the air, maybe 2 miles in the air. It's at, 10,000 feet. It's getting close to cruising altitude. He's getting ready for a journey.
It would have been a bad time for a lot of us, is what you're saying.
It would have been great.
There would have been. I was definitely going to count on Aerith having Featherfall, which would have been hilarious because you don't.
Yeah.
Because you all probably would have just ended up falling. But yeah, you rolled a 74 or a 78, and it was a 74 or higher. So
Okay, we would have been fine. It's like directly south, into the
swamps.
earth, probably.
Let's see, you guys. You guys would have taken like 60 points of damage for falling.
Well, they would have. So they just feather, wing boots, and then kind of coasted down.
Yeah, that's true.
But I have.
I would have felt
Damn.
bad, but I definitely would have had to watch you guys fall because I'm not gonna take
I've got
several
polymorph. I could have
miles.
caught one extra person.
Just floating down, like, yeah, no, that's not me.
Could I have just like fallen through the ground and then risen back up? Because I can travel through solid objects like they were difficult
For a
terrain.
turn. Technically 2 turns.
Last second.
Yeah, it would be a dexterity save
Here's
to
the
activate.
problem. That doesn't stop your momentum, so
Yeah.
you would plummet deep into the earth. So you're about to take a bunch of force damage because it only lasts 2 turns. So you got 12 seconds.
I was about to. Hold on. You said you was like 10,000 feet in the air.
Yeah,
10,000.
It's a little lower than that where he is right now because you're under the clouds.
Okay,
So I'd say closer to like
we're
7.
100 and something miles directly south, which that's only like 2 miles in the air. So 100 feet straight into the center of the earth.
Maybe there's a cave network down there. You don't know.
Maybe.
Great. All right.
Hey, you did say that we were going to the Underdark. Maybe this is how we get there.
We just teleport and we kind of wake up like that scene from Skyrim, except we're being led into Barovia.
Oh no!
You're finally awake.
No,
not Barovia. We're almost free. Okay, a little bit of business that we do need to discuss. Next week is Christmas Eve, so I don't know what you guys. How are your obligations Christmas Eve? Because like me and Gina, we're pretty much we're obligated just to each other. So I don't know about her, but I really wouldn't mind playing Christmas Eve. I love the game. It's my pastime.
I have family coming over, so
that's what I figured. Christmas Day night, the Sunday after.
I should be open for it. I'll still have family, though I don't know how many family members are going to be staying with us or how many are going to be staying in my room.
Okay, so tentative.
It's tentative.
All right. Anybody else?
I should be good.
Should be down.
Yeah, I should be good for everything. Might be good for Christmas Eve. I got to go over to my cousins for their little Christmas thing. So I don't know what time I'll be back, but I mean, if we play like normal, it should be plenty of time before I get back. So
sounds good. Well, then that sounds actually better than I was expecting. Sounds like we'll actually be able to play next weekend. That's great. Just keep us informed, Aerith. How Aurora, how things go. We'll plan around there. The next week is New Year's Eve and Earth's birthday, so we'll probably play that weekend. But yeah, that was great. That was where I wanted us to get to.
I'm so glad we
ready for the Platinum Temple.
I'm so glad we teleported safely.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff that probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that was the
like a 20% chance.
I'm curious, where would he have like be if we would have waited for someone?
1 day.
Yeah, like probably 1 to 2 days.
Northeastish of Scornoble. Like he travels maybe. Actually, no, he'd be going faster. He'd be probably closer to Elturel after a day. Eodos' plan to teleport was probably the best one, to go to Elturel and try to meet him halfway and go from there. if the teleport failed here. That was probably the best plan, but unfortunately, Eleuthera and most of the dragons were in. Eleuthera was in Galandar, but he was at least on the western edge of Galandar, so he could fly across the Sea of Fallen. Or sorry, he was in the Pirate Isles. Um,
He was being a
so he was
pirate.
kind of close. Yeah, he was investigating and kind of just sussing out what was going on there. So he was kind of close, but you know.
I mean, okay, it's kind of good that this is happening though, because I did want to be able to ask him if he could, fuck with these artifacts, because as cool and as handy as these masks are, if he could destroy one of them, that would be great.
Ascalon?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can ask.
because I mean that kind of runs like right up his alley. Because I'm pretty sure he's not down for Tiamat's whole thing. That's pretty like corruption as a whole. So maybe he would be willing to try to break one or try to take it from us. I guess you never know.
You never know.
What's Ascalon's opinion on Robert fucking around doing shit?
He's probably like, man's doing work.
He
Right?
probably
Well, he's an
all right,
abomination, though.
yeah. That's what I was about to say. He probably appreciates what he's doing because that's very much what Ascalon's about to do. But he's also
But-
made it really clear that corruption at any level needs to be
Yeah.
eradicated. And Robert's entire thing is he is corruption.
Mhm.
You know, kind of like
So-
when you let a disease run rampant just long enough for it to do a little bit of good before you cut it from the body.
Gotcha.
Robert's the
Yeah.
fever that's
Yeah.
working to try to fix things, and then he is going to fix Robert.
It's helping, but it's also hurting.
Oh man, so many good things going on. Oh my god. That was so perfect with it being nobody and Arturia talking to Hadrian about it, because when I realized it was the two of them, I was like, I can actually keep them from running off full cock to go save Emmeline because you're not as invested.
The only two people he could have actually talked to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a time. Man.
Yeah. Because if he had made the mistake of telling Rose and Eodos that not only
Yeah.
from take their shit back, but they took Emmeline and company
Yep.
into custody.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not okay.
I'm just like excited to see how Rose would react, how everyone would react when they discover the actual truth.
Oh my god.
Badly? It depends on
Very
how we
badly.
discover it.
Not great, I can tell you.
My ex-girlfriend was arrested by my nemesis? Wait, what?
Wait a minute.
This
They
guy that we
stole the
have vowed
airship
to
that we stole.
Right?
The man that we have wanted to kill this entire time just spit in our faces.
Yeah, he did. Man,
It's gonna be a problem.
he's been working at that for a while. He's been waiting just for the right opportunity. He had to wait for you guys to not be there. He couldn't risk that.
Yeah. It was also lucky that Ascalon did his thing first thing in the morning, because Rose was gonna send a message to Emmeline asking her like how things were going with her mission.
Yeah, you
But
were gonna do that, and then everything got distracted.
got distracted.
Yeah.
But
Yep. I was trying to think of how Em would react to that and respond, because I think she could see the picture like her dad does. And kind of understand. Rose is gasoline, and we are already on fire. I might not eat that right now.
Can we really stand
All right, this
to
person is not
lose the
available at this moment.
entirety of Baldur's Gate right now?
Oh my god! Here
I mean,
I'm just gonna go ahead and destroy one of the most iconic cities of the Sword Coast, Yaron, in the Grim Coast. It's just not gonna be there
hell
anymore.
yeah.
I was gonna say, at the rate we're going, depending on how fast we can deal with Ked, we might just drop the mountain at the doorstep of Baldur's Gate.
Hell yeah. Two birds
I
with
mean,
one stone.
I considered it like these types of things are the things that change the face of the map. And if we play a future campaign here in the Sword Coast, which I love the Sword Coast that we've built here, together.
Yeah.
And I definitely want to do that, 40, 50 years down the line, where you guys are just these creature.
The kids of all of our adventurers.
Yeah.
That would be pretty awesome.
Run into Aerith, who's just like, no, I'm done with that now. No.
I don't do that shit anymore.
I had my fun. I died a few times. I'm good.
We saved the world. That's all you get from me.
I'm curious. Will Ascalon would he drop it outside of Baldur's Gate or on Baldur's Gate?
Ascalon doesn't need. This is his lair. This is his home. He's just bringing it there so that he can be comfortable. He's gonna take care of Baldur's Gate hands on. If you guys drop the mountain, then that depends on where the mountain drops. Like the mountain could fall due to
fine.
external circumstances, but if Ascalon is in control, it will never fall.
Okay. I mean, that's good and bad. Will Ken have control over it
That
when
would,
we bring it
Good
back?
that would be awesome.
Isn't that a good question? I guess we'll have to find out.
Ken just gets a giant mountain castle.
I mean, I gave you
Let's
guys.
That's our new base.
Let's just convince Ascalon that he doesn't need to go anywhere. Like, we don't need him gone because what he's trying to do is good. But let's convince him to rein it in a little bit and kind of like
Maybe
work hand in
couple
hand with
notches.
Ken to get rid of corruption on a grander scale and like let us handle the smaller end. That way, he could deal with shit like Tiamat and
Yeah.
her whole thing, and then we can deal with like the people that work for Tiamat. That way everyone wins. He gets to stop corruption, and we get to work and stop the cult.
I love it.
And
It's
not
such a
everybody
happy-
dies.
Let's
No, we
just
can't be
convince
having that, can we?
Ascalon. Can we convince him to just drop his mountain on like the well of whatever that thing is that Severin wants to
The
go
Well of
to?
Dragons.
Yeah.
You can
Just put a
you can
mountain on it.
certainly try to convince Ascalon to do whatever you would like.
You know
He
what?
will-
All right.
he will
If
listen to you.
we can
He won't
convince
listen to you.
Ascalon, if we can talk to him and kind of persuade him, we should get him to make the Starlight Respite his fucking lair instead of just this mountain.
Well, we kind of gave that to Namur, and he might have a
Well,
problem with that.
Yeah.
We can deal with that later. They seem very terrified of Ascalon. I don't know if they're really in a position to be like, hey, that's my castle.
Hey, mine.
I mean, could we just ask him, like, hey, can you give Ken the reins really quick?
I
Hey,
think
just
you
for a
guys
little
tried that. You tried to be like, hey, can we talk to our boy? And he was like, nah.
bit.
No, we can't.
Nah.
We'll try harder this time. We have
Which of us-
inspiration, though.
Which of us is the least corrupt? Is it Arturia? I gotta assume it's Arturia, right?
I mean, you say
Probably.
that, but Arturia definitely like crushed a man's skull like 2 days ago for standing against her order.
It
So
was for a
like
good
she
reason, I'm sure.
is not corrupt. This is true. She's definitely good aligned, but she's good aligned from the perspective of a dragon, which doesn't take into account the little things and the little people in the world. Am I not wrong, Arturia?
No, you got it.
I would
okay,
almost
well,
say nobody is, because he's
Yeah.
literally a newborn.
You just don't even
like,
remember.
he doesn't remember anything, and he's just kind of an optimistic guy who's just carefree.
Yeah, but then that
Are you
bodes the
corrupt if
question.
you don't remember doing it?
Yeah, does corruption
Yeah.
keep the soul? How does it reflect? And would Ascalon be able to see aspects of nobody's character that even nobody can't see?
Maybe, but what nobody is now is a pretty good guy.
He is.
That's all I know. What
So
he was
far.
before, I have no fucking clue.
He is
It was fine.
deadly, but he is. A
That just reminds me of the OG campaign, Murph, when we got our flying fortress.
Hell yeah. It was exactly 1 week for Ascalon. You had 1 week until his mountain rose. It was literally to the
Sure.
minute that Ken became Ascalon. 1 week after that, the mountain rose.
man, it feels like we got a lot done in a week, though.
We
Yeah.
My
did.
notes for the past week are like 4 or 5 pages easy, but it technically, let's see, this current chapter started when you guys went back to Galandar, and that was on the 22nd, and as of this morning, it's the 30th.
Damn.
Yeah.
We need to vacation. Dude.
I don't think we have
We don't get paid
time for a
enough.
vacation.
You didn't even
Right?
get paid
We
this
got
job.
like got 2 days out just barely, and that was about all we could ever do.
Nobody was told he'd get all these riches, and all he's seen is 10 gold.
Hey,
Maybe
you had
100 gold.
like $4,000 spent on your tattoo, didn't you?
Yeah.
He doesn't know the price
7
because he
grand.
never asked, though.
No, and it was 7
Yeah,
grand for his
we
tattoo.
dropped 7 grand on your tattoo.
But nobody didn't know because he didn't ask. He's like, yeah, I'll have that tattoo. Oh, yeah, she's paying.
Yeah, he
But
kind
he
of like,
never heard the conversation of
Nope.
how much was paid.
he
Yep.
looked you up and down and went, right, well, Rose normally pays anyway, so I'm just going to go talk to them.
So nobody has no idea how much that cost. You know Estinian from Final Fantasy XIV, how bad he is with money?
Oh my god.
That is nobody. He has no idea what anything costs.
How much did Estinian pay for his hair tie? I forgot it.
Fuck ton.
Like, was it like 14,000 gil?
Yeah, and I'm just like, Estinian, why? You just
No.
needed to find a rope.
Well, to be fair, having tied my hair back with rope, that doesn't work very well. It's really
Well,
hard.
I mean,
You need something with elastic. It's
Still.
much easier.
Not
and it was sad because the rest of us were just like suffering from, what was it, like the ether sickness from the
Yeah.
random teleportation.
Yeah, that's pretty much nobody's. He's forgotten like all his memories of like how much things are worth, so he's just like, someone else will take care of it, I guess.
Why does he want money? Well, what's the motivation behind money?
He
If he
really,
doesn't even know
his
how much
motivation
stuff
behind wanting money is he has no money. Like that's his only thing right now. He's like, oh shit, I forgot to grab my payment from the last job. I only got 1 gold. I should probably get some money. That's why he went to the guild. He's like, I forgot money. I need money. Here's a job. Let's go see this.
They were like,
So he could have been getting ripped off wholesale. They could have paid
Yeah.
him like 1 gold or like a silver, thinking that was good, and then he would have got to a store and then just shit all over him for not having anything.
probably what happened to the caravan that hired him that got him here was they just paid him the 1 gold.
And he was like, hell yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, cool.
It's like,
And then
fuck
somebody
yeah.
was like, I'll give you like 3 loaves of bread for it, I guess. But, prices are going up, man. Shit's bad out there. Have you heard that there's someone crucifying people on the roads?
And I'd be like, oh damn, that makes sense. Here, have my gold.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh,
So he's content with where he is right now. Like he jokes about it, like, yeah, I need money, but he's like, huh, this works. I got food. Got
Yeah,
chill.
you eat well, you sleep well.
Yep. I'm having fun. Better than guarding a caravan.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
definitely been more interesting than guarding a caravan.
You'll get a lot more money this way.
Eventually.
Eventually.
It'll be a lot more
Maybe.
dangerous, obviously, but we are swimming in money, assuming we're not dead.
Yeah. We only used half of what we had left on this shopping trip.
Yeah, and the fact that I thought platinum was like 10 gold per.
It is. It's 10 gold per. But if you have 685 platinum, that's 6,850.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enos was walking around with like probably closer to 18,000 on it because of
That's all good. Rose got a couple of interesting potions.
Yeah. It definitely.
we stay with money. It's just life and death is always there, so we don't really spend it
Right.
all that often. We stop back in town for a day or two at a time and spend a chunk on upgrades, and then we're gone again.
Plus,
I mean, like,
we have so many legendary items. It's kind of hard to outbeat it as well.
I mean,
Yeah.
most of like your
Get to a
that was the
point.
wrong art. I grabbed the wrong token. Okay. Most of your like upgraded gear, it's so much better than any of the standard D&D stuff because it's been upgraded. You know, it's very
Mhm.
ultra high magic campaign.
Yeah, it's dope.
That was why we didn't even think of going to like a magic item shop while we were in the elf place, because like everybody's already attuned, and we already mostly have like stupid crazy stuff now that it
Right.
takes something really crazy to even make you consider dropping attunement on something to replace it. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
you
I've
got
got like
+3 magic
one.
weapons.
Yeah, I've had like one interchangeable slot, but I don't even know like what I would want to get. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got one, and it's literally just the boots. That's the only thing that I will feasibly unattuned to.
Mhm.
Wow.
But it's got to be something really good to make me give up
Right.
being able to fly.
Yeah.
Right. I was
Same.
about to
'Cause
say
it's like
you
I have
give up
my
your winged
ring, but
boots. Wow.
you've had that since the beginning.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. You got to think the the tattoo way too good. Like it
Yeah.
basically a part of Eidos at this point, so I can't give it up.
Yeah.
The
Same with
cloaks
me.
equally way too good. Like we put so much time into killing those dragons and carving them up. You know, all this money,
Right.
even working with the roadie. So like he couldn't give that up. Really, the only thing he could give up is the boots. And like I said, even it's not like he wants to give them up. We got to run into something cool for him to give up being able to fly.
Yeah.
Wait, do the legendary artifacts not count towards your attunement slots?
It does.
It-
If they were
So
if
certain
they were
things
the
don't
soul ones,
require
they
attunement.
didn't. But
Yeah,
Count.
like the fate rendered doesn't require it. It's just part of
Gotcha.
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
neither
anything that
does
was
my
crafted by the
chakram.
gods doesn't require it. And then like the armor with the various like Eodos's armor is just magical armor with resistance. It doesn't require attunement, but
I
Rose's,
gotcha.
because it's a magical tattoo, requires attunement. So it's a little bit
Yeah.
of
I gotcha now.
Yeah, because honestly, his armor right now is just +2 scale mail with like a switchable resistance. So
yeah.
And
it's
that's
pretty
what
cool.
that's what we made my armor too, so
You just have +2 studded leather with a couple of switchable resistances. Rose is sitting
Hopefully,
here in the
when we
equivalent
deal
of
with
plate.
this, if we could deal with this, so we can get a couple days, I'm definitely gonna get that next upgrade on Eodos's. But we just not only did we
we
not
need
have
a
time
fucking break.
before it was Ascalon driving his
Yep.
car over to Baldur's Gate.
Mhm.
Now he's driving over there, so we really don't have the time.
Here he goes, motherfuckers. I gave you enough time to
Beep
get a
beep.
couple of upgrades done.
How much would a
Beep
+3
beep.
weapon cost?
It's
It's a
Weapons are cheaper than
yeah,
the
it'd be
armor.
about
Yeah.
7 to 10,000 for a +3.
Because a
Gotcha.
+3 is considered very rare compared to
Mhm.
+3 armor, which is
It's-
legendary.
Yeah.
Right, it's
Okay.
like 80 million
Hmm
Yeah, I need to
gold.
upgrade my longbow then.
Do that.
Only +2.
That's why I give you guys treasure. But
Yeah.
But we had to give it up.
We did.
What is it? Is it the oath bow? We need to get you one of those.
ooh.
What is
Ooh.
Yeah.
that? Let me
It,
That'd
look
be
that
cool.
up really quick.
it's like a fucking bow on steroids. If you really want to kill something, you basically hunter's mark it with the bow, and it does a bunch of extra d6 worth of damage.
Get an
It's
extra
going to
Pretty fucking
3d6.
cool.
becomes your sworn enemy until it dies.
But if you use any other weapons, like if you had to switch to your katana, then they would be at disadvantage attacks
Yeah.
while you have
Mm.
the sworn enemy up. You can have the longbow or the oath bow like sheathed and fight with your katana. You just can't tag something as a sworn enemy without getting the disadvantage. But
Uh,
it's cool. Earth played a character with one in one of the one shots.
Yeah, the one the fucking fox hit us with a nuke right out the gate.
Oh yeah.
What? That was it. I was like, which one? The fucking red dragon robot
Yeah.
fight.
You're gonna do that again sometime. That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. I got to figure out what we're doing for the Taseno event.
Oh. Yeah, the Oathbow does have a lot of added effects, but all the added effects I already have, so it only benefit from the extra 3d6.
But still,
It,
Hey, it's
the
still
big
good.
thing, yeah, the big thing is if you don't go like what Kate's done for us and like craft it, there's honestly not a lot of crazy bows in D&D.
That is true.
Yeah.
Like whenever I was looking for when I made Seer in the Dragon Song campaign, I was looking to see what kind of things I could try to work towards, and like they really
Not
don't give
much.
archers a lot of cool shit.
Yeah, not really.
Dragon Wing Bow, what's this?
that I think is one of the things from Fizzbands.
It's just you add an extra d6 of damaging and choose its damage type, but it's not a long bow, it's just a normal bow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It can be any bow.
It can?
Yeah, it can be any bow.
Yeah, because there's weapons of every type for those.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it
Mhm.
generates its own ammo, so you don't need arrows. It just makes its own arrows.
But I like my water arrows.
I know your
Right?
water arrows are so awesome. I love narratively describing these like streams of water that you just fire across the battlefield at them. It's
I
great.
also like how there's like no evidence. Like there's no like sign of an arrow being torn out. It's just there's a hole.
Nope.
There's a hole in that guy,
It
and
was
he's
like-
kind of wet, but that could also just be
It's kind of wet.
Yeah,
A
like with
vicious
the
longbow.
soul daggers too. Like they
Vicious
left no
longbow
mark.
is
It's
nasty.
great.
Yeah, there's only the oath bow, the dragon bow, and the vicious longbow. That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if they just assume you're supplementing archery with a bunch of other stuff or something, but there's not a lot of cool things for archers if you don't. Like, honestly, I feel like Cade could whip you up a dope bow.
Mhm.
Well, I already
Oh,
have
yeah.
a
Way
legendary
better
item,
than
so I
one.
don't want to.
Hey, but the thing about all of those items and the thing like with Robert's armor is that those items, they don't just stay that way. They grow as you grow and evolve and change. And as nobody's memories return to him in his former life, whatever it may be, wherever it may have been, comes back, he might remember new ways to utilize the tools that he's had forever.
Fair enough.
Evolution, baby.
Yeah. It's
Hell
fun.
yeah.
But no, I do love this chord.
Yeah.
So fun.
Mm-hmm.
I also like
Which
the
is
crayfish
funny
statue.
when you mention homebrew items. I actually found an item of a creator that I follow on Instagram, which is perfect for Des.
Yeah.
Let me post it.
If Dust ever had any magical items. Who is this?
That's the drawback. Like
Ooh, it's so cool.
That's
looking.
pretty.
there's so many cool things you could get, but like you just do not get access to them in Barovia, you know?
I
Nope.
know.
Man, we couldn't even keep our gold. Our gold is currently buried 100 feet under snow because our tavern that we worked tooth and nail and bloody claw for was hit by an avalanche.
Wow.
But we're alive and we're back together, most of us.
We'll just in the game. We'll just spend the next 2 weeks digging out Kresk, and I'm sure it'll be fine.
First off, I'm sure Strahd will give us 2 weeks to do that. And second, I'm sure we can do that in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Easy.
Oh my god. Let's see.
Oh yeah,
Super
Robert
cool.
has the fun magic the caltrops, the magic bag of caltrops.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. Like
So we
man,
kill him and take it.
I loved Rose's like I sent Robert a message. Why? And I could just hear Robert in the back of my head going, "Why not?"
Maybe Aerith should have sent the message.
I mean, he
Just
probably
be
would
like,
have
"Why? What is wrong with you?"
Why would
Are
you do
alive?
this?
Weren't you dead?
I know,
Yeah,
Robert's
weren't you
just
young?
like, weren't you dead? What the fuck?
Didn't you get murdered?
Damn, ever since I accepted that deal, I've been hearing voices.
So weird.
But no, Rose has his coin. I don't
Yep.
have his thing, so I can't see what all the fun stuff is. Because he had a lot of really
I'm pretty
small,
sure you
unique
still have our
items.
whistle.
He has
Yeah.
the whistle. He did
With-
take that.
You bitch.
He has the. Oh yeah, he has the iron bands of Bolaro,
He
Yeah.
does have the iron bands of Bolaro.
which will 100% fuck someone up.
Oh my god.
I'm just
sure
glad
that's fine.
you don't have my artifact.
Yeah, that's
Your glaive of chained fury. He still had Ajdaya, so he still had the +2 pistol.
Crossbow.
Does
never
that
got to
stuff
see
function
his
while
halberd in action.
Ken, like, does Ken's stuff still work while he's like not Ken and he's Ascalon?
It's stronger now.
The Azdaja was not actually built by Ken. Azdaja was built by Garrick. It was found in Thune's Manor, and
No, it was
No. It was found in the Horde on
it was
the.
found in
in
the
the
Horde.
castle.
Ken.
Yeah, Ken, like, yeah, this is an artificer weapon. Yeah, yoink.
That's what it was.
What the fuck?
And
Yoink.
it wasn't his style. He recognized it as an alternative style. The only other artificer you knew associated with the guild or the cult was Garrick. But it was more appropriated. I don't think any of Ken's infusions were live on anybody else at the moment. Technically, they would still be there because Ken is still alive.
The only thing is now on the +3 defender halberd with the healing.
You gave the plus.
Yeah, I gave it away, but that's the
You
only
gave it to
thing
Chad.
that I had. And Chad has it.
Yeah, Chad has
Yep.
the cure wounds in there. So okay, so yeah, and that one was still working.
Yep.
You have fishing line and tackle, ball bearings, caltrops, a shovel, climbers kits and tools of a lot of types, an ever smoking bottle.
Oh, that would be fun with his blind sight.
You have a bag of sulfur, and you still had a stick of dynamite,
Oh yeah.
and a bag of holding to keep all of this in while you're on the road, so that it was safe and sound.
Plus all of his armor effects.
Plus everything that he just natively had. He's gonna be fun.
Yeah. He got so many new stuff that I didn't even get to try out, and no one knows.
I know.
Only because you and Rose had an argument and Robert's just like, fuck this shit.
Yep, blame Rose. It's all Rose's fault.
Yeah, sure.
On the bright side, if he goes into office of stance, like nobody will ever miss him. You know that's something, right?
I mean,
Sure.
he'll take half damage though, so.
If
I mean, you say that, but
if
we
he
can
rages.
But here's the problem. We could stop him from attacking or being attacked. We don't have
That is true.
it worked
I
for him.
can-
Like, it worked with him. I could hold Monster and just lock him down and stop him
I
from
can
being able to attack, so he
also-
won't rage.
Just never did it because he was our ally, but Rose could very easily lock you down with the Stowe Curse.
I
Well, you have
also
to realize
have
he's
the
an
Stokers.
NPC now. He is an NPC now.
He's had a week
He
to be
is.
my NPC, and
Upgrades,
no.
people. Upgrade.
I mean,
No.
so here's the
You
thing
do have to
about-
remember-
Here's combat balance 101. There's two ways to go about it. You can go about it in the way of beefing up a single target, and that's like a dragon. It's fun. You fight a massive monster. Everyone's teamed up on one. It's cool. When you're fighting something of a medium creature, beefing them up kind of becomes unbelievable because they end up taking hundreds and hundreds of points of damage, and it kind of just is too much. So the best thing to do is you give them allies.
Robert can't
He's
have
got little
allies.
demon boys with him now.
He can't have people who work with him. That's not.
To be
that
fair, it
doesn't
also
work like
depends on
that.
who goes first. Because if Robert goes first, that's fucking scary for whoever is within range of him.
Here comes the wombo combo.
No.
No.
Something's got to go really wrong though, because Robert didn't have a high dex, did he?
Not
No, he had a +1.
So
Oh,
unless
he's
we
like
all
me.
roll awful.
It absolutely could go wrong because we've had times where everybody rolls like under a 10. So like
Yeah.
he absolutely could go
It's
first,
possible.
Well,
but ordinarily he shouldn't.
it's usually a balance thing because everybody can roll above a 10, and I'm usually the only one that just rolls below a 5. And then when everybody rolls crap on initiative, I'm the one that rolls above a 10. So like it could go either way, where it could go like me and Robert are just like head to head and we have to do rollies, or
So
I will
you
say
have to stop
nobody
him.
is almost a direct counter to Robert because he's always shooting from range and he can constantly hide and run faster than him.
that's true.
So nobody is a pretty decent counter against him, just in the fact that Robert can't get close enough to
And
do
the
anything
only
about
the
it.
only damage type you're not resistant to is psychic.
Is psychic. Guess
Is
who
psychic.
has only psychic stuff?
Yeah, I do
Rose
have
is
a
a good
psychic
counter, but-
cantrip which removes a 1d4 from
Yeah.
your saving throws.
I think we all have psychic stuff now because I've
Ken
got
doesn't.
psychic stuff too.
I don't think nobody has any psychic stuff. He just shoots water. Just a deadly squirt gun.
From like
It's like a
fucking
high-powered
10,000 feet away. What are you talking about?
He's running around with a
Ton-
Super Soaker 12K. It's
I
fine.
know.
Exactly.
Yeah, easy.
But that's if you guys don't talk to Robert too.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Eidos doesn't want to have to fight him because he did fight with us. He was like right there in the trenches with the party, and even though he's doing some fucked up stuff, still he was our boy, you know. So like,
wasn't Robert in the party longer than Aureus?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 For party time.
he was.
hmm I will say he wouldn't necessarily want to fight you guys either. You have the same goal, just different ways to get there.
Just not terrible ways.
He's also kind of like, how to put it? The it's
I mean,
not
he
that it
never
feels
was a good
good.
guy.
Yeah, it's not that this feels good, but it'll be interesting to see how you guys can convince Robert to alter his path because it has been rewarding to him. I will leave it that way.
If we
Since-
can, or we just
yeah.
have to kill him.
It'll be a discussion. It'll be dice rolled. It'll be a Dungeons and Dragons game, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, because Robert was never a good guy. He started out a farmer who enlisted, and he was like, "I'm doing whatever I can to win," and that was before he became a skeleton.
yeah, I mean, like honestly, I feel like that's probably why Eidos isn't just let's fucking kill this guy because Eidos is also not a good. He has been in his entire life. He's been chaotic neutral. He was a mercenary that just took jobs. Like you even saw in that flashback, his band just fighting. Like it's not like he's a good guy. He's just not evil. So, I mean, like he doesn't want to have to do anything to Robert. But
I feel like
this is like the third time that his god, the person who has given him the powers that he has,
I'm like,
is like, hey
hey.
man, you got to do something.
he's like, "Hey, I gave you warning signs. Why didn't you do anything?"
Yeah, look,
It's
I'm
like
sorry,
you're
sorry. We were
second-
trying to talk him. We were trying to talk him out of it. We thought it could work.
second strike, it is.
Yeah, isn't most of the party like neutral or chaotic?
I believe I'm neutral. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
neutral. I'm lawful neutral.
Yeah, I thought Ken was
Yeah,
neutral
Rose
good,
is.
right?
Yeah, Ken's neutral good.
Yeah, Ken's neutral good. I think Rose is chaotic neutral. I think Aerith is true neutral?
Lawful.
Lawful neutral. Okay. That tracks.
But it's such a funny party dynamic. They're supposed to be the heroes, and yet
Yeah.
most of us are not good aligned.
And it honestly, it really shows through when we were talking about how to go about solving a problem.
Let's
It
drop a
really-
mountain on him.
We don't sound like the good guys.
You don't, but you also don't necessarily sound like the bad guys. You're just the guys that were given the job, and that's
there.
it. You were hired by the gods to deal with this, and damn it, you'll deal with it because that's your job. But you know,
Yep.
we'll clock out at 5 when we're done.
Yep, there's no overtime. We're gonna get the job done, and then we're going home.
Is Artoria good aligned?
Yep.
So I think it's
believe
just
so.
Artoria, Aureus, and then nobody are the only people who have been good aligned.
Ken.
That was no joke. That was why Aureus and Ken
Yeah,
were a pretty big a necessity, because we might have gave you guys a hard time whenever we were joking about stuff, but you really did keep the party in line for the most part.
Adrian
Yeah.
wasn't lying. He knows Ken would have the instinct to want to go after Emmeline, but if he were to get Ken like in a room and talk to Ken alone without Rose and
like,
Eidos there to kind
"Please."
of fan the flames, he could talk the fire down and get Ken on his side. Because Ken would see the logic in, if we start shit with another city, then that's how wars between the city-states begin. And Lord Brahm ain't going to be happy with that. He will literally off us up as like sacrificial platter. I
what
think
great
Ken would see it.
heroes we are.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
Ken would have eventually acquiesced to his request. Ascalon, on the other hand,
oh, I mean, Ascalon's on his way to deal with it in his own way, so that's fine. I love it when you guys message Ascalon because he just always has this like, sure, sounds good, bro.
Sure, why
Try.
not?
You can certainly try, he said.
What
Yeah.
can these mortals do?
Yeah, I was like, what could I? Oh, I could give you a vision of where you
Sure,
want to
here.
be, and maybe that'll be enough. Maybe you could roll a 75 or higher, and
Yeah, right.
we
Here's a
could cut this off.
25%
But
shot.
maybe not. Prove your worth. Prove that you're worthy to stop me.
Guess what? We're here, motherfucker! Knocks door down.
Knock, knock.
Knock knock.
We keep
Well,
getting hit with morally gray people too, because it's like, genuinely, him and Robert are both trying to do good. It's just the means that they're doing it, you know? So it's like, I'm not saying I agree, but I get it, sort of deal, you know?
I love it. It's so good.
I just love that Robert was the exact opposite of Aureus.
He was. He
Because Aureus's first, remember the first dungeon we had? He's like, yeah, let's smoke out the cave. And he's supposed to be a lawful good paladin. And then and it's like, hold on, that don't make sense. So then I took that idea. I'm like, all right, let's apply it to a new character where he can just go ape shit.
it was fun. It was a lot of fun watching Robert go apeshit on people and to kind of like try to, I don't know, gauge how everything was unfolding with him, because he always felt a little bit like Eidos and him definitely had the best rapport because Eidos could understand Robert's perspective as a former soldier, but he always stood a little bit like against the party in some ways more than others, but there was always a little bit of like static. And it was just really interesting to see him develop, and I really didn't know whether you would, go like Robert Redemption or does Robert fall? Like, what happens to him? And I think
I
it
was
perfect.
relying heavily on the moment his son came in, I'm like, all right, I'm going to rely it on how things go with his son. And then his son died. I'm like, all right.
God,
And by that time, I had
Alright.
nobody in the works. I'm like, all right,
Yo,
his son's
'cause
dead. I like the new character. Let's just shove him over the edge really quick.
it was good because it was very much like that final bastion fell, and Robert was just like, let's just fucking go ham.
That's enough.
So I think we're good now.
Mhm.
That was so unfortunate. Sebas rolled so poorly for that engagement. He did.
And he was right there. Robert was right
Yep.
there, and he didn't know.
It was so
Didn't
narratively
know.
good. It was so narratively good.
You never know.
You never know.
You never
That's why you don't have
know.
family in a D&D world.
Right?
Pretty sure why everybody prefers to have dead parents or dead siblings.
It's
There's
just
always
the
a tragic
easy option.
backstory specifically for that. If you have a tragic backstory, the DM doesn't hit you with tragedy in the moment. They just bring up the trauma.
Yeah, I was about to say that to Matt Mercer, who brought up the fucking prior words for Percy's backstory.
Say that.
Well, Robert didn't know.
Say that to Vashiel, honestly.
Oh my god! I'm still upset that our therapy session, the file was corrupted.
Therapy session?
With Vashiel and Illumine.
We
had our therapy.
That one.
Yeah, the recording, and that was around the time I was getting used to recording, and I remembered that. Yeah, the reason why the recording got corrupted was because I turned off my computer before stopping the recording. So.
Yeah.
That boy I broke him.
You broke him so hard.
I broke him so hard that his soul retreated into a ring because it didn't even want to die. It just wanted to not be anymore.
I know. At least the one person that Vashiel actually connected with a bit more had the ring.
Yeah. That was a great campaign. That was a lot of fun.
That was.
Feels like it was so short in comparison.
I know.
I mean, this one has gotten to almost twice as long.
Yeah.
We've almost gone for an entire year
Crazy.
after Icewind Dale. It's been, yeah.
We're not even close to the finish.
No, we still have eight levels left.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be a 4-act kind of series, and this is getting Act 3-ish. Definitely. So you're in the second half.
No more character deaths.
This is when
no one gets to die anymore.
Deadly. I mean, it doesn't, because between Ken, when you get him back, if you guys can manage to, facilitate and not die to Ascalon, and him just be like,
sure, be fine.
How dare you? You thought you were worthy. And then the world burns, and we go, okay, well.
And there goes the sword coast.
Well, I mean, actually, at that point, I would probably have you guys roll up new adventures, and you'd be like, there's a big mountain heading towards you. Your guild hall has been in, chaos for the past few days because of something that you're not privy to know, and now there's a mountain heading towards your city. What are you doing?
See, the last thing I want, though, is for the remaining starting members to die. That's like the last thing I want, though.
Yeah.
Because to me, that'd be so sad. As if either Rose, Eodos, or Ken, either one of them actually die. He's like, no.
Me or
Aerith, yeah.
Okay, I did die, but
you don't count. You've already died. Like you
already got you.
You said no, and so you're dead forever now.
I know.
I don't want any of them to die because they were part of the original members. Because I feel like that'd be so sad if they're all new members of the Starlight. It's like, no.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what I would make for a backup if this group dies.
Yeah.
I already have an idea for a new one. But I don't want to go into detail, otherwise I might replace nobody, and I don't want to do it.
I mean, I've got a few on D&D Beyond, but I don't know.
I still have 0 backups.
Just bring one of them into Teseno. That's what it's all for, is doing crazy, stupid,
I am tempted to bring
stuff.
Unaray into Teseno, though I do have a different build for Unaray, so that should be fun.
Like I said, we're going level 9, so whatever you can do with level 9. I don't quite know how I'm going to do magic items this time. I might go in a different direction than I have in the past. Be a little less generous and a little more random. I'm playing with ideas. I don't want to do the same thing over, but this is also 3rd year in a row, so
I need a list of magic items and then roll random numbers, so someone might get a magic item that doesn't even work for him.
Ooh, that would be a good one.
Ideas that I've already got, and that's it. I definitely want it to be. I was thinking about maybe like creating a random assortment of items, and then you guys could pick and choose, or doing like a white elephant type thing with the random items.
I want to do that. I want people to end up with shit like that's not even helpful for them because it'd be so funny.
That would be hilarious.
Just random rarities.
A spellcaster with legendary heavy armor.
Right?
Just mid-combat, like, no, you take this. No, give me that.
Like, no, get me.
Even in mid-combat, we couldn't even like don in the armor because it takes like what 10 minutes to put it on.
Heavy
You
armor,
couldn't even
yeah.
attune to it.
Yeah.
You know what
caster
you
ward.
do? There's a Unearthed Arcana Eldritch Invocation called Eldritch Armor, and it is essentially an insta-dawn of any. You basically make your armor the same type of thing as your
Packed
what?
weapon.
Yeah, pack weapon. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Right on the money, dude. You
Yeah,
basically have a packed weapon sort of set up with armor, except you don't have to like do it. You touch a set of armor, and then you instantly don it and become proficient in it while you wear it.
All right, that's pretty fucking dope. Because then you could cast.
That is really cool.
Yeah, you basically just have to keep a bag of armor that when a fight starts, you dump it and you just touch it to put it on because it can't be being carried when you do it. That's the only downside.
You were talking about getting that for Eodos at some point, right?
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about doing it, but then we started upgrading like our armors and stuff, so I didn't really need it.
No.
I mean, you would just need to get a collection of armors with like the different resistances.
It was just a cool idea, like
yeah.
It kind of went hand in hand with the packed weapon and like Hexblade. It's the perfect sort of complement to it because you can kind of fix a lot of the problem that you would have with AC by just having like heavy armor at the ready to just pop on,
Yeah, I can definitely see how that is. Did it ever make it out of UA or did it just stay in UA?
I think it's still in UA.
I don't think it made it out.
Let's find out, because I have Warlock up. I was going through ideas for my character. North Arcana, Eldritch Armor. Yeah, it's still under UA. It says as an action, you touch a suit of armor that isn't being worn or carried by anyone and instantly don it, provided you aren't wearing armor already. You are proficient with this suit of armor until it's removed.
Yep, that's why you basically carry a bag of armor with you to dump at the start of a fight, and then you just touch it and then bam, put it on.
Oh, I love
Throw armor on the ground.
Yeah, the visual of that is just ridiculous.
Iron Man suit up.
Yeah.
What do I want today? The studded leather's nice for moving, but the plate armor is just so good at keeping me from getting hurt. However, I could split the difference and go with the breastplate. You have to make an action on your turn. I make my action deliberating. Duh.
Take a smoke break. Alright, I better call it, otherwise... Well, this was fun. Hopefully next week we can play. Or at least I can.
Let me know how you go.
Yes.
Holidays, I totally understand, so it'll be what it be.
Alright then. Good night, guys.
Later.
Alright, thank you so much for watching. So I will not be streaming on Twitch in the future. I will try and stream on YouTube, see if that can make a difference with my current internet situation. But if none of that works, then going forward, I will definitely just keep recording and upload them onto my YouTube channel. So, yeah. Stay tuned on my YouTube. I'll post the videos as soon as I can. And, subscribe, tell your friends, please. I like the revenue. But yeah, I hope to catch you guys next time. And if there is no session next weekend, which is the holidays for us, so Christmas Eve definitely not because I have family, and then Christmas Day or Christmas night is a hard maybe. So I guess we will see how that goes, and I will try and keep you guys updated. So catch you guys next time, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas!